Hello! Hello! Moody's, Gentle Moos, and everyone in Bimoo. Yes, this is the Open Moo, and I am your host, the Lavender Moo. And along with me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear. How are you?
I thought you were going to say bionic moo.
Is you the
Um,
Bionic Moo? That would be good.
no,
No?
but life is getting weird. Um, my financial situation is starting to become a little precarious, so I'm going to have to start putting out videos more regularly if I want to keep up. But like, I don't want to go back to doing atheism. Animation takes a really long time, so I don't exactly know what I'm going to be doing, but I still have some savings, so it's not going to be a problem like too quickly. But I do need to come up with a plan, and soon.
Okay, so it's not that you're going to be short on food Thursday or anything like that.
No, no, no. I might be short on food in February.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
That's time to sort of how do you want to put it? Right the ship, something like that.
something like that. Yeah. And I mean, like the head meets videos are short. I just need music that is long enough to accommodate ones that are more than a minute long.
Hi, Noxem Volpenhair. How are you? Do I?
But
I'm trying to remember
like
if
yeah,
I've seen that
so
name before.
there's a lot of like stuff that I have to deal with right now that are kind of stressing me out. One thing I do know that is about to become a problem. I'm gonna have to give up weed and Red Bull because that shit's expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
Not looking
Unfortunately,
forward to that.
I don't know. It's too bad you don't have the little seeds. You can grow some of your own.
I mean, I could. I just I okay, let's go this way. The place that I'm living right now, as much as it's a condo complex, you're not allowed to smoke.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Like vaping might ride the edge on that one. I'm not sure, but regardless, I'm not going to grow my own weed and smoke it. At least not here.
Uh huh. Oh, Amanda, how are you, dear? Direct from Atlanta, Georgia, the one, the only pale blue mama.
No, honestly, Kate has probably spent way too much time with me today, and that's okay. I'm sure she's sick of me, so I just wanted
I
to let you
am
know.
not sick of
Aww.
you. I have not reached a point yet where I've been sick of you, Manda. In fact, and I told you this on Twitter before, there has never been a time when your presence has been a drawback.
Oh, thank you, Kate.
All
Well, I
right.
super appreciate you coming on because for people in the chat that don't know, Kate came on Dave's channel earlier to do critical questions, and we had a lot of fun. So,
Oh,
Yeah.
yay.
It got a little wacky, didn't it?
Kate kind of broke me. So,
Oh, no. Broken Manda.
yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
left till I fell over. But so next time we'll just have to make sure there's room for Diana as well. Kate was kind of a last minute addition today. That's why we
Oh,
didn't get you
okay.
on to
Okay.
Diana.
Yeah.
That's.
That's just because I'm always the last person people think of.
No, it's not like that. Trust me,
I was
Dave is
kidding,
just
silly.
really bad at this. Like
Hmm.
he really like I honestly have to find a lot of his guests because he'll like say something about it a few hours before the show. I was like, I still need X number of guests, but man, this fucking shit is hard. And I'm like, all right, I know who to ask. So that's when I ask people, it usually ends up being last minute, which feels shitty, but it's not. It means a lot to me. So thank you.
Hmm.
Wait a minute. Have
Um,
I found any information on promotion in the United States?
what the heck is promession?
I don't know.
Is
Huh.
that promession or promession?
Hmm.
Like, are we talking teenagers dancing, or are we talking we're for meshing, whatever the hell meshing is?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What?
Okay,
What's
for
that?
Wikipedia, promession is an idea of how to dispose human remains by way of freeze drying.
How is that disposal?
Um, I guess in other words, get the corpse out of your living room.
But how is that disposal?
See, I really like the waterless or the flameless cremation. Sorry, that's such a cool and very, it doesn't use a lot of carbon, and you end up with basically, because you end up with just bone fragments, and then they break it down, they grind up the bone fragments, so it's like ash. But it's really cool, and it happens. It's just basically a super speed up decomposition, because they put you in a chemical bath of like mostly water and lye. Basically, I think I can't remember exactly what the chemical composition is, but they add a certain amount of heat. I think it's 312 degrees, um, and a certain amount of pressure, and within think it's 48 hours, you end up, all that's left is just like a sludge and some bone fragments, and then they break it down and give it to you as
Hmm.
ash. It's very good for the environment, much better than actual cremation. And everything's better
Although,
than like the shit that they make you do with burials. If you go all the way out and like, do the embalming and the burial casket and the liner and all that shit, none of that is necessary.
Oh,
I have
right,
a
right.
video on my channel about this. Like my probably my favorite video that I have on my channel actually is about the most sustainable ways to dispose of your own corpse.
well, the thing that has the most appeal to me is where they basically plant you. Like
Oh,
they use
yeah,
you as
Yeah,
yeah.
fertilizer. I like that. And also, I mean, like, I know this is kind of stupid. It almost sounds like woo, but I like the sort of ship of Theseus kind of thing where it's like the bits that made up me go back into the earth to make
yeah,
more living things,
that's
but I mean
basically what.
the idea of like cremation to me sounds too much like
Yeah,
the bits of me that I would most want preserved get destroyed.
that is
Like more
exactly
than
why I never
anything,
wanted to do it, Kate.
more than anything, I want my brain to become fertilizer, to actually like fertilize a tree or something.
They're
Okay.
trying to make it legal in more states for you to become compost. That's really cool. I
Yeah.
like natural burial, but like if you do it on reserved land for this specific purpose, they can never build on it. So you save the land while you also become part of it. That's my favorite. That's what I want to do.
You
Um,
do remember correctly, Noxum. Yes. Yeah, my maple tree, the one I planted as a seed 60 years ago. Speaking though, when you're mentioning the stuff about death and stuff and everything, Amanda or even Kate, do either of you know about Caitlin Doty?
that's where
Name's familiar.
she's literally my favorite fucking YouTube channel. Seen every single one of her videos, every single one.
She runs a
I
channel, Kate, called Ask a Mortician.
but
Oh,
I
I've
know
heard
her from
about it.
I
Okay,
know
that
her
explains it.
from I knew her about her before I knew about her YouTube channel, because she runs an eco funeral home,
Yes,
and she's
yes.
actually one of the leaders in the country that does it. And this is something that's kind of a passion to me in climate science. I'm very, it's not a dark thing or anything. I'm just very death positive about it, and I have the same kind of views that she does. And what the amount that she's been able to bring light to the public about like what you can actually do. And I don't know, she's kind of one of my heroes, I guess. So I fucking
Hmm.
love her so much. That's kind of why that video that I made is one of my favorites.
If memory serves, Wonder Lady mentioned her to me a couple years ago, and yeah, I found her stuff fascinating. I was just
She's
watching some of it this
incredible.
morning.
She's so incredible. I miss, because like she's taking, I don't know if you've seen her last episode, but she's taking a month and a half off. She's working on bigger stuff, so I'm gonna miss her. But no, she's not only like really good at what she does, but she just has this fucking charisma. She's just the sweetest, gentlest person talking about this dark fucking shit, but she does it where she makes you laugh about it, and
Mm-hmm.
it's adorable and it's awesome. I fucking love Caitlin Doty so much, so much.
And if you'd started with Ask a Mortician, Diana, I would have known what you meant. You always got to start with the obscure name first, so people have to ask you what for some reason.
I'm good at that, am I not?
Yes, I guess so myself. Love it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you would have known about her through one of her books or something. I think she's written
Yeah, she
three.
has a book. One of her books is called "Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs," which I
Yes,
love. That's so.
yes.
I'm sorry, it's thundering out.
Oh, is
One of
that?
the
Oh,
coolest
wow.
things I love about Caitlin Doty is because, like, how I talk about how I would want to be disposed of, and she talks about that too. And she legit wishes that she could feed herself to her cats. It's just
Yes,
not
yes,
legal.
yes, yes.
And she'll talk about it. And it's fucking awesome. I love her
I
so
could
much.
not have heard
I'm
that correctly.
sorry.
She wants to what?
She wants her cats to eat her. She wants to
Oh,
be
oh,
yeah.
oh. See, eat was the word that didn't say. I heard she wants her cats to beat her, and I was
No,
very
eat her.
confused. Well,
Well,
you
They're
understand
I
my
don't
confusion
know.
now. I mean that made no sense, and I'm glad it didn't, because if it had made sense, I would have been living in a very different world.
Well, with some of the friends she has, that may make some sense. I don't know.
sure.
Mm,
One of the
okay.
films I was watching within the last week or so, she mentioned a dominatrix friend of hers.
Hmm.
Yeah, she has a friend that specifically her job is just taking like Victorian portraits. That's such a cool thing. Like
Mm-hmm.
she has a friend that I think is that it is in forensic, is a mortician as well, but she specializes in like actually reconstructing people's faces and stuff. It's really cool. So she's had her on a couple times.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
It's always
yeah.
Victorian, isn't it? It's always something old timey. Why
You
why does
know,
nobody
right?
why does nobody pose in freaking power armor or something? That's a job.
But
Hmm.
it worked out really cool because Caitlin did a video on her channel where because she was talking about Victorian death picture portraits, and so she
Oh
actually had
yeah.
someone that could do Victorian death portrait of her, and so that was super neat. So that's why I remembered it.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, but you know what? This meme originally had like some chick dressed as a witch or something. And I'm like, screw that and put a real picture in there.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, it's just the world's biases and mine usually aren't in line with each other. And after a while, it starts to annoy a person.
I literally used to wear a flight suit to work, so I mean I didn't get to those
Okay. Yeah.
days,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like I did, so I get you, Kate.
Yeah, it's always been a sticking point, damn it. I don't know.
Hey, Randy, how you doing, honey?
Randy here. Oh, Randy. Oh, fucking. It was Kate. Never mind.
What? What?
Huh?
What? What? What?
I was gonna say I recommended somebody speak to you about something today, and then like
Ah, yes, indeed.
she's right fucking here, so just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we talked about this earlier. I have a project that I've been doing, and unfortunately, the guy who provided the music for it, and he may respond still. It's been less than a day, but the music he made for me is about a minute long, and I need more than that. And I've tried chopping it up and copying and pasting, and I just can't seem to get a decently seamless transition from piece to piece. So I may need some music, but I don't know if it's necessarily what's in your wheelhouse. So,
But I also said that like if you couldn't help, you might know somebody who would. I could think of the two people I knew in the community that were musical, and you were the first person I thought of, Randy. So
I don't know. I mean, maybe Chris will get back to me and he'll be like, okay, sure, I can add another verse, chorus, section, whatever the fuck it's called, onto it. And I'll be like, great, or something. I don't know. I don't know. There may be a
I'm just
solution, but
saying, like, I'm mentioning it because I don't want it to like come out of nowhere and like, you know, And yes, I am that stoned that I forgot that the person I talked to about it was literally right in front of my face. So it's cool. Sorry. It's been a day,
Hmm.
as Kate knows. So
Oh, I'm trying to get what little is left in the last of my vape cartridges, and that'll be it for quite some time unless I start making more moolah. You know,
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
time to
mean,
get
don't get
the.
me wrong. I can tighten the belt. That's not an issue. It's just I don't like it.
Well, time to pull the printing press out from under your bed.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I mean, again, I don't know the animated content that I want to do. The head meets episodes. Those, I mean, they don't take forever, but they take long enough that it could take a lot of time out from the other stuff I'm doing.
Yeah, I know you don't want to lose time from Queen Redshift.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna think about trying to find a wider variety of things to do, not just head meets and Quinn, but I don't know what. I'm still racking my brain on this one. I've got a while to come up with it, but I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want to be down to your last dollar 3.80.
Yeah. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I do have enough in the bank to hold me for a few months, but I mean, maybe even into spring. But I need to start filling up the grouch bag a bit. You know what I mean?
Yep, 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 yep. Yep, oh yeah.
So
Oh
yeah.
my. Yeah, it's really whole bunches of fun when you discover that suddenly your whole financial regime has to change and everything else like that.
Yeah. But one other video I might do. I have most of the parts now. I'm just waiting on that case. I can do a whole video about that art project I did with the plutonium and everything.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
mean, there's no reason that can't be a video.
Wait,
People
so
eat
did
that
you?
shit up on YouTube.
Is it finished?
No, no.
Okay.
The
I was gonna
right
say,
now,
fuck.
I need to super glue down the clear rod that the lights go into in the pneumatic carrier. But I also, like I said, I have that case that's coming. It's that flight case, and when it arrives, I need to go out and get some masking tape, brushes, and yellow tape, and maybe one or two other things, so I can paint it yellow to look more like the thing in Back to the Future.
Moo.
Gotcha. Cool, cool,
Yeah,
cool.
because right now it looks like it's something a DJ would use, which is, because it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah,
But,
not something a terrorist would use, right?
well, I mean, maybe if they were from Libya
Okay.
and it was 1985,
Yeah. Huh.
and I'm hoping everyone
Oh.
gets that reference.
No, I
Oh
got it.
yeah. Oh
Well, no,
yeah.
I mean, not just you guys, but in the chat too.
Oh, Mage Wonders. Maybe some shorts with Dewey and Sandra.
Um, the problem is that Rational Station was like about atheism, and much as that's I mean, I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, but I'm kind of done with that scene right now.
I
um
think you should start doing a series on climate science. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go. There you go.
I would
well,
love somebody somewhere to make like an adult like animation about climate science, but like who would do that ever? So it would be
um
like literally an audience of like me and my research group, and that would probably be it. It would be sad, but like
yeah,
we
I
don't
mean,
talk.
don't get me wrong, I could do it, but I would need a lot of money. um but I mean, there was another thing I thought about doing a while back, and I could resurrect it. It was called Java Centauri, and it was sort of like just this coffee shop full of aliens, and it was just little slices of their lives.
Oh well. Okay.
Oddly enough, the coffee shop bore a weird resemblance to Acme Labs from Pinky and the Brain.
Okay. Oh, wait a
But
minute.
it's just a coffee shop sitting on top of a flattened asteroid. Like the top half of an asteroid, as much as anything has a top in space, has been sliced clean off. So there's, a 180-degree plane on which to put the coffee shop, but below it is just nothing but asteroid.
And that is to go. Yeah, that just sounds like fun. Oh, I
Yeah.
got an idea. Film
Mhm.
yourself throwing stuff off the roof.
Unfortunately, I don't have roof access, and it's not a very tall building.
Oh well.
One thing I have been thinking about doing is a few experiments in incorporating live action and animation. Possibly in prep for a larger project. But I do like the idea of trying to have a character I can interact with that's entirely animated.
Okay, okay. Yay, yay.
That's an idea.
What do you guys think? Come on, bring it on. Oh my! You have to see what the side chat thinks about all this. They've got to have some really fun ideas, strange
I don't
shit
know.
they'd like to see.
They still seem to be talking about promotion right now.
Noxum seems to be on that subject here.
Hmm. It is interesting. Like sometimes I spend a while not glancing at the chat. Maybe I'm stoned. Maybe I'm doing something in another window, whatever. But then I go look and I'm like, nobody in the chat is paying the least bit of attention to us here, are they? They're
There
talking
Oh
are
about
people
yeah,
actually.
nothing related to anything we've said. They're just off
No,
on their own little tangents.
yep.
that
It,
happens a lot on my channel. I don't know if maybe just my content doesn't matter because like I do talk about science stuff. I mean, maybe it's boring, whatever, but I talk about what I want to talk about. And most of the time, they're just fucking talking shit in the chat. Oh, Tangelo's in there asking me to fucking dispute some shit about atheism or some fucking bullshit. And like, yeah, so no, I
yeah,
get it.
I
Oh,
Never
keep
do
hearing
we
talk
about
about
this
what I
this
talk
this
about
tan
ever.
I keep hearing about this Tangelo guy, and I think I've
Oh,
encountered him like all of once. I
he
really know
showed
nothing
up.
about him.
Angel and I, were you on that, Kate? Did you come on
I
my
don't
Star
know.
Wars stream this year?
Probably, probably.
Well, yeah, I do a Star Wars stream that I do with my son, okay, and I have some friends on May the 4th, and we talk about it. I know you did it last year. I can't remember if you did it this year. I was very, very stoned. Chris Shelton was
Hmm.
on. Anyway, but yeah, he shows up in the fucking chat and he starts asking me shit about atheism, whatever. I don't like. He thinks he's being smart, but he's just like copy pasting some bullshit argument from Google that he doesn't even understand. That I've explained to him 6,000 times anyway, and he still fucking won't listen to me. And he's pulling this shit in a chat about Star Wars with my kid there, saying shit like you're scared of me or you're a liar because I won't fucking answer him. Fuck
Uh,
Angelo.
Oh, jeez.
So,
I don't
yeah, there
know.
have
so
been a
yeah,
few folks
not to
like
max
that.
out too. He was fucking with me the other night in the chat. He's like, "Why do you like the F word so much?" I'm like, you know what? I have a million reasons for it. Why the fuck does it matter to you? He just like super pissed me off. He also one of the first times he spoke to me in the chat, and I honestly don't think he meant it in. You know how some men will call you sweetie or honey or
Oh
whatever,
yes, yes,
and
yes.
mean it
Oh
like
Sure.
yeah.
in a mean way. I really
Yeah.
don't think Otangelo meant to do it that way. I think it just might because he's from South America or something like that. I don't know. He's from somewhere else. But he did that to me, and I fucking am not okay with that, and I really lost my shit about it. Like I don't, I'm so sick and tired of like, especially if I'm on a stream talking about climate science or something, like having a serious discussion, and somebody is talking about, anything like that, having to do with me being a woman or my body or something like that. It fucking pisses me off. Have a little respect for the time and effort that I put into what I do, and don't make it about just me being a fucking woman. It pisses me off.
Uh huh. Yep.
You
Yep.
know,
Yep. Yep.
it's weird how infrequently that comes up for me. It's only been once or twice where someone like completely goes, "Oh yeah, it's because you're a chick." Like that really doesn't happen very often. At least not in my YouTube career.
Mm.
I've never
I
had
don't
that
know.
happen before. I've never had people say stuff really about the way I look. I've never been the pretty girl or anything like that. But like, with the first time it came out like to my face, Aaron Raw had asked me on his channel, and this was like a month after my channel started, and I had a lot of respect for him, and I was nervous, and I went on and like look over at the chat, and I'm speaking about something about climate science, and I was talking about a lot of the legislation that Trump had passed that was fucking with my job and my life and what was happening to the planet, and it was really, you know, it was important to me. And I look over at the chat and I see, quite a few comments about just the way I look. And I mean, some of them were nice, most of them weren't lewd or anything, but it was still like, bro, come on, why? There's
I
a,
have
Mm-hmm.
a folder full of hate comments, and a lot of them are about my looks.
what could they possibly have to say about your looks that are negative? I don't understand that.
Well, a lot of it was about my hair because I spend a lot of time and product and effort trying to tame it. And
Hmm.
so a lot of it was that. But I mean, apparently, there's a lot of people's duckies I don't float. I mean, what can I say?
Wow.
Can I ask you a question, Kate? If somebody like honestly gives you advice, which is not cool, I'm not saying it is. Don't do that. Don't like get into somebody's fucking YouTube comments and be like, "Oh, you know what? You should do this to your hair or whatever." That's not cool. But I know that when people do that, they're not doing it like to purposely be hateful. But how does that feel to you? I'm just wondering.
Um, I never, ever, ever want unasked for advice, ever,
Okay,
regardless of the topic. Until I've asked you for advice, giving it to me is patronizing.
there you go.
Okay. Okay.
I agree.
I
Yeah,
You
that's
understand.
know,
just
so
like
there,
not okay. Like, there's why, I mean, unless like your YouTube channel is literally about like the way you look, or like there's those makeup YouTube channels and shit like that. Like, unless that's what you do, there is no reason whatsoever that you need to be going into somebody's content and talking to them about the way they look. Like, there's no reason for that at
well, I
all.
mean, I guess some people just get off on being mean. I don't know.
Even
I mean,
even
there
if
is
it's
the whole thing
nice
of
though,
being on
even if
the
it's
internet.
nice, it's not necessary. Like, why? Why do you need to
Well,
do that?
I mean, for some people, I guess it's probably just a thrill of getting away with something. I mean, nobody can punch you over the internet, so you can be as mean to them as you want to, as long as you don't piss off the admins.
And don't
And
get
I'm
me
sure.
wrong, like if like your friends say something to you like that, like, "Oh, you look beautiful today" or something, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Right.
about people who don't even fucking know you
Oh,
that
totally.
have some shit to say to you in your comments
Oh,
randomly.
I'm right there with you. That's
Okay.
exactly what I mean too.
Okay, just making sure, because like I don't want people to think I'm being like, I don't, like if my
Yeah.
friends ever compliment me or something like that.
Although I am including like actual friends when I say I really don't want advice I didn't ask for.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
Hey,
totally get
Ox,
that.
honey, how you doing? Yay.
Hello.
Okay, oh, is Bear here? Hi, Bear. I
Bear,
love
hi, honey.
Bear. Oh, Bear and
Oh,
Sam are my
wow.
two favorite Aussies. I love them so much.
It
I
has
feel
been a
like I
while.
spent most of the day giving you advice, though. Kate was it was like wanted though, right? I feel really bad now.
Wait, when? What? Huh?
I gave you some advice today.
Oh, we were totally talking about the topic and we were giving advice back and forth. It was 100% appropriate.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I love, and hi Ox and Noxum and everybody in the chat. But yeah, hi Bear. Nice to see you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We got all the great people coming in here into the side chat, and they're talking and they're saying things and they're watching the show. And I could shut up now,
Nice
can't
to
I?
see my people coming in places at the moment. I just need that as opposed to, you know, the
Hey,
other way
however,
right now. It just, yeah. Like,
however you build an audience, I say.
it's not even about the audience. It's just like my friends. That's all.
Oh.
Well, building an audience that requires what? Steel girders and bolts and no.
actual infrastructure.
Oh my. Well, great to see you, Bear. Really and truly and everything.
Yeah, it does seem like it's been quite some time.
Yes, it is.
It's not his fault. He lives in upside down land, so he can,
Oh,
Well, yeah, the place he lives doesn't exist. So does that mean that
Mhm.
he doesn't exist, and he's a pigment of our imaginations now?
that
He
is one
exists
thing I
because
find
we.
interesting because I was mentioning before how, for some reason, the atheism scene has just been full of Canadians lately, which is fine. I like Canadians unless they're from Quebec, but also a lot of Australians too.
See, I came into an Australian group because the person that kind of like introduced me to the community was Nervardia.
Ah,
So it was
Ah,
like Marrow and then Natcha and Bear and Chris, atheist pastor, and Sam and Jen and then Jay, who's not but Australian, but like, and I'm not okay with some of those people now, unfortunately. But
hmm.
I still have I they were like the whole world to me when I came into the community, the Aussies pretty much. So I yeah.
well,
They're
Actually,
always been
don't
there for me.
don't
Always,
think
always.
I've seen Nervardia put anything out in a while, or at least not
She's
anything in
she's
my
getting
scene.
she's back at school right now. She actually has a separate channel that she talks about what she's studying, but she just doesn't have a lot of time right now. But if
Ah,
you can anybody who sees her on Twitter or whatever and just give her support for it, she's I'm really proud of her. She's working really hard. So yeah, so unfortunately we don't get to see her so much, but I'm super supportive of what she's doing. It's awesome.
refresh me. She's the one who's totally into snakes, right?
right,
Yes.
right.
Okay,
She
then my
has
memory
two.
has not failed me. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
she'd better take
she is
good care.
responsible for me. I would not be here had it not been for Mara. So
Okay, and she'd better take good care of Natra, because if she doesn't, I'm going to steal him.
Does anyone know the origin of his name?
not Jehovah's Witness. Because he's an
Oh,
ex
okay.
Jehovah's Witness. Yeah. Nacha's awesome too. I fucking love Nacha.
He's my upside down sweetie. He's wonderful,
He's like
wonderful.
he gives a lot of big brotherly advice, especially about skateboarding to Angel. It's adorable.
Okay. The
Every,
problem.
honestly, Bear says solution. Everyone moves to Australia. You would not be the first person to honestly try to get me to move to Australia. That has happened. So
I
trust me,
wouldn't
I thought
mind.
about it, and it's why the fuck not now? I mean, come on, nothing
I
keeping
wouldn't
us here.
mind.
So
I think I'd like to live in Australia. In fact, that
yeah.
would solve a lot of these money woes. In fact, if anyone wants to be an Australian roomie, I'm available.
Would you mind a teenage kid or two?
How teenage?
He's 17.
Oh, that teenage. Sure, come along.
Oh man, they don't want me. That's the problem. I'm old. I'm poor. I'm
She
sick.
literally just fucking offered. I was the one who offered back, Diana.
Hmm?
She said anyone who wants, and I said, well, as long
Oh
as you
no,
take.
I'm talking about whoever it is that handles immigration there.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not sure they'd want me either. I mean, sure, I'm self employed and maybe that's impressive, but I'm also very deeply unlikely to breed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've already
And
read, so.
I don't know how much that's a factor. Like, if you're going to
I
immigrate
doubt
here
it
or emigrate,
is.
wherever. Well,
And
I mean, they might want to know that I'll be contributing to the population growth.
no, I feel like it's more just about what kind of capital you can bring in. So
Well, maybe I don't know,
I could.
but okay. Well, if that's not a factor, I'd have a much better chance at.
they're not a very religious country, and I feel like that's something you would see more in a religious
Hmm.
country. I think,
Uh-huh.
Well,
regardless of
it's
the
funny
whole
because
idea. I know, you're saying, well, also you're contributing to the population, but I think I don't really think they care about one or two possible new people you might bring on. So
Well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I know I mentioned Jim Jeffries a lot, but he did a routine about when they voted in gay marriage in Australia because he's Australian, and he did this whole routine about how, like, he did a routine about his dad. Who said, "Oh, I'm okay with the gays. They can do whatever they want behind closed doors where no one else can see it, and they don't try to involve me." And Jim's like, "Dad, are they trying to involve you?" And he does this whole sketch about two guys in bondage gear going knocking on his dad's door and all that stuff, you know. And his dad and a bunch of his dad's friends were in the audience. And later at the end, his dad comes up to him and he goes, good show, good show. New jokes you're doing, new material. I didn't like the part about me and the two gay fellas." And it turns out that it wasn't that he minded the implication that maybe he'd had gay sex. He just didn't like that his friends learned he had voted yes for gay marriage, right? Because now they are constantly taking the piss at him. Like every time one of them bends down to tie their shoe, they go, "Will you marry me, Gary?" You know, like that. And just, yeah. So, but the reason I bring it up is simply because I know that Australia seems to be moving in a pro LGBT direction.
Okay, then.
Longest segue ever. No, it's not, but still.
Oh man, it would be interesting to consider pulling up stakes and going to. What?
sorry, the thunder is still fucking going.
Oh
Ah,
no,
I miss thunder and lightning.
it's in
You don't
fairly
get
good
that
shape here.
in San Diego?
Sometimes it rains, but we really don't get thunder and lightning.
It never
The
rains in Southern
best.
California.
When I lived in Tucson, we would get monsoons. So we would get like the sky would just fucking open up, and it would like literally it would flood our backyard to the point where it would within 5 minutes of it start raining, it would reach high enough that it would start flowing in, and the thunder was really 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 intense, and they don't last very long, but they're so awesome when they happen. So
So, thunderbolts, lightning.
Uh huh.
very very frightening.
There we go.
And Mustangs and yeah, you know.
No, we were doing Bohemian Rhapsody over here.
Oh, no fun.
Come on, that was like your time, Diana. You should know that better than us.
Oh yes, I know that one. My sister really liked that song.
I'll be honest, I don't understand the appeal of it. In fact, and this is probably going to lose me a friend or two, I really don't understand the appeal of Queen.
I love Queen, but I can see not liking him. I totally understand
Well,
it.
but it's not even that I don't like them. I just don't understand the appeal. I'm like, I can take them
I
or leave them for the most part, but some people just seem obsessed.
I feel a lot of nostalgia to it because it's something that I connected to with a family member. I
Oh, see,
think
first
so. You know,
I
um,
first learned of the existence of Bohemian Rhapsody thanks to Wayne's World. So,
yeah, I think that's how he got into it. I think because he was the one who introduced me to Wayne's World, and shortly after he was like, "Oh, let's listen to all the Queen in the world," and that's what we did. Um, Mr. Bear said that they're letting a bunch of evangelicals into the country. I'm kind of curious if you're still here. Why do you think that is? Do you think that it's because of Morrison that he's trying to pad the country with more people that are going to vote for the right? Just if you're still here, if you want to answer that, I'm just curious.
Ugh.
That kind of sounds like it sounds like what they fucking do here. And Morrison is always kind of seemed to me like a wannabe Trump in a way. I have a lot of hate toward Morrison though because he was very, very anti-climate for a while, very climate denial, even though he claims that he's believes in it now or whatever the fuck. But like he didn't, and he fucked a lot of shit up for not only Australia but basically the world because of his inaction and his lies and his policies. So fuck that guy.
No,
mm,
thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what I mean. Don't.
Yeah.
But like, that's a problem I had. I have um, one of the other Australians is actually conservative, and he's Australian and he's conservative, and he supports Morrison, and it's really hard for me to talk to him about it because I get very, very, very angry. So, but
Boy, you've got the thunder peeling there. Yeah.
sorry, do you want to?
No, no, no,
It's
no.
just this.
Turn it back on. Turn it back on. It's just amazing how much of the thunder you've got going over there.
Well, I'm
Is
surprised the mic is
I live
picking
in
up
the
that
sub.
much. I mean, my microphone doesn't pick up a lot of ambient stuff, although you guys do hear those sirens from time to time.
I
mm-hmm.
live in a subtropic zone, so especially during the summertime, we have, especially at this time of day, it's all about climate. And the subtropic zone in the United States continues to spread, both subtropic and tropic, because of climate change, which is increasing disease vectors, which, is a problem when you have shit like COVID and stuff. So
Okay then. Yeah.
climate change is bad, 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 bad. Okay, Ms. Bear said Morrison has admitted to looking at a painting of an eagle and was convinced he is doing God's work. Uh, did you ever answer the question about the evangelicals? No. Oh, you said possibly. Okay, gotcha. I don't know. That's what I would suspect. But like, considering the amount of fucking just very obvious tampering and cheating and bullshit they do in our country, I think I expect it everywhere else now. So, I could be wrong.
Oh wow, I am looking at a radar map right now, and yeah, especially to your south, there's plenty of rain and stuff and things.
Yeah, I'm not in the city. I'm right southeast of the city.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing from just south of Atlanta down to the Florida border. Yeah.
I do like um rain usually hurts. Um but the thunderstorms, they don't last very long and they're soothing to listen to, and there's actually usually, like, right now it's not actually raining, it's just the thunder and lightning. It'll only rain for a little while probably, so these aren't that
Right.
bad. I like them, but most of this, like, um it rained, like it actually rained earlier today, and that was painful. This one is not as bad. So
When you say it was painful when it rained, what do you mean?
I have arthritis.
Oh,
Since
okay,
I
okay.
was I was diagnosed with osteoarthritis when I was 15 or 16 years old because of gymnastics. I had really fucked up um, some of my, was it osteoarthritis? Yeah, because I had fucked up the um, not only the joints in my knees, but I had this disease called Osgood-Schlatter's that was deteriorating part of the bones in my knees. So yeah, that I've had, and then a lot of injuries and stuff from, I was a competitive gymnast and I was a dancer as well. After I had to retire from gymnastics because I had an injury, but then I jumped directly over to ballet, which I actually started when I was, before I did gymnastics. So I went over to that, and then I did classical, like point shoes and that kind of shit. So I fucked up my body for many, many. I was also a cheerleader. I did dance for shows for my school. I was a soccer player. I played indoor soccer as well. I mean, I just, yeah, basically I was I had to be the perfect kid, so I did fucking everything. So
Eek.
yeah.
Eek. Oh my! I'm looking at the 10-day forecast here. Looks like we're going to be having some thunderstorms on Thursday, so that'll be fun getting to dialysis. Well, we'll work on that.
It might not be when, they don't necessarily last all day, Diana. Maybe it won't be raining when you go. Stop being such a fucking gloomy Gus about shit. Every time it's like, nope, this is just gonna suck. This is gonna be awful.
Uh huh.
You know
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
do that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I
You do
am
that
right there
shit.
with you, Amanda. Diana, you gotta stop being such a downer.
Like,
Suckage
where
and
I've said this
awfulness and
before. I have said this before. I was voted class pessimist in my high school. That was my superlative in high school. And I am not half the fucking pessimist that Diana is. She
Cha.
beats me by
I'm
a
an expert.
mile.
I've had practice at this.
So
Yes,
what,
but
bitch? So have
people have
I.
practice at genocide too. It doesn't mean they should do it.
Kate always with the words of wisdom here.
Well, what do you want from me? I'm still a little tiny bit baked.
Oh my!
No, I'm
Oh
saying it's
my!
like it's so obvious, but it's so true with you. Like, why don't I ever think of that? Because Kate's smarter than me, and we're both stoned, so it's fine.
Geez, Bear says Morrison admits to laying hands on people when he meets them. I unfortunately have a couple classmates who got into all that stuff, and they talk back and forth as if it's actually real, and it
What
just
do you mean it's real?
amazes the heck. The laying on hands. They talk
Oh,
about it amongst themselves as if they lay the hands and they cure people, and it's
dumb
what the
as fuck,
hell?
though.
Oh,
God damn it! I really wish, like if people just had a basic science education and a basic education on like critical thinking, there would be so many less fucking stupid people in this world. That's it. It's super easy. I don't know. At least I feel like it would be. Am I wrong?
No, it's true, but they would also have to be kept from the indoctrination in early age preschool years. Because like a
Indoctrination of
lot of
what
parents
though?
will poison that well. They'll make it so that anything the kid learns in school that's scientific and contradicts the Bible or whatever other holy book is meant to be discarded
yeah, yeah,
by the kid.
yeah.
What's like only teaching kids stuff that has evidence behind it though. Like there shouldn't. And I was talking to Angel about this the other day. That the problem with this whole like when people talk about anti-vax and stuff like that, and they scream free speech. The problem is you're giving equal weight to something that has that does not have equal weight. You have years and years of scientific data and you have experts on this side saying this, and then you have some dumb fucks on Facebook spreading some bullshit because they think they heard this and they don't like this, and it follows some politician's agenda, so they probably got fed into it anyway, and they're getting fed equal airtime because people keep coming up against this and saying, "Oh, okay, well let's talk to these anti-vaxxers." And yes, everybody should have a voice, but it's not really proper. It makes everything skewed. I should say. I'm not saying it's not proper, but it skews the way people put weight into bullshit like conspiracy theories because they see it as shown equal as the actual legitimate science that is out there.
Well, one thing
Mm-hmm.
people
Therefore,
need to understand about the First Amendment and free speech and all of that stuff is yeah, you have the right to say whatever you want, wherever you want in public, but nobody owes you a platform. You
mhm.
might have to make your own platform from which to speak, but nobody owes you a stage.
And nobody owes you credibility either, really. I mean, you've got to demonstrate that you're credible. That your spew actually has value.
Yeah, but you have to be able to spew the spew before anyone can judge it, so that doesn't really help.
Hey, nerdy.
He's Oh, yes,
It's
Nerdy
like,
has a good idea to research the shallow earth. Hi,
okay,
honey.
what?
No, I don't want to do that, like at all. I had my pre,
Shallow.
like seriously, I had when I first came onto YouTube, um, a couple people were like, "Oh, you have a degree in astrophysics, you worked for NASA. Why don't you talk to these flat earthers?" And honestly, that didn't feel very good, because I didn't want to do that anyway. But like, it was dumb, and it's not something that I like to put time into. It's just like I'm not gonna That's why I would never bring a fucking climate denier onto my channel. I'm having someone on that used to deny it. I'm going to talk about it. It's not like I won't have this discussion, but I'm not going to bring someone on my channel that's just like literally not going to accept any kind of
Right,
actual
right.
evidence or anything and just flat out fucking lie and spread something that I think is already dangerous. And even though flat earth isn't necessarily dangerous, it is in the sense that it, people that believe flat earth are more likely, they fall into flat earth and, oh, look, there's a video about anti-vax. Oh, there's a video about, climate denial. And they tend to fall, people in that mindset tend to fall more into that shit. So it brings it into,
Yeah.
worse and worse portions.
I want to know what the heck Nerdy's talking about, because apparently shallow Earth is not the same as flat Earth. I mean, what are we talking? Like the ocean floor is higher?
I love that, Bear. Thank you. They called me Pale Blue Lizard Lady from NASA.
Uh, I am, yeah, just gonna look and determining shallow Earth structure. Okay, this, that sounds real. In other words, structure at near the
Hey, look who's
surface.
here, yo!
What we got on the thing
Oh,
for
look at
doing?
Stool.
We brought the
Oh,
red
there goes the
rabbit.
neighborhood. Damn it.
Dag nabbit.
Happy
Consarn
belated.
it. There was actually a video, I forget which one it is, where I used every non-cuss word in the book. From horse feathers to balderdash, I used all of them.
Okay,
That's
then. Yeah.
awesome.
It was
I love
fun. I had to look up a couple of them so I didn't repeat a few, but still, it wasn't a load of cod swallop.
I remember the first time that I watched a video of yours and I was like, oh yes, I really, really like her. Because I think you were doing you had some kind of like blooper reel or something, and like you said fuck like 7,000 times. And I was like, I fucking love her. So
Well, I do
that was
have.
before we met.
I mean, I did do a blooper compilation for like the entire year of 2019, I want to say. And it was like 20 minutes of bloopers. There were a lot of mic hits, and although my favorite didn't make it on there because I had already used it in another video, where I was trying to say Norse mythology. And it kept coming out North mythology, and I could not get. And it got to the point where I would say the first few words before it, and then just die laughing. And I was like, "I'm losing ground. What the fuck? I'm losing ground." It was, fun and funny, but it didn't make it onto the compilation.
Oh my.
Yes, well that was when I knew that I was gonna like you, and then I got to meet you and do stuff with you, and it was very cool. So
Sorry, I am not awake. Yeah.
Somebody is nighty night. I don't know here.
Well,
it's only 8 here. That makes it what, 5 there.
almost. But also, this is indica.
Mm.
It's, I mean, it may be the dregs, but it's still having an effect. And part of that effect is soporific, which sounds so much cooler than it really is. It's like, excellent, soporific, with accompanying air guitar.
Biggie boo, feecey foo, I is so full of poo poo. Yes, I is full of poo. I is really full of poo. Anyway.
Like, have a fetish you need to tell us about?
Yeah.
I can turn any song into poo poo, just
That's
like that.
You're way too
I'm
fucking
sure
proud of
you
that shit.
Although, how much of that is tone deafness?
I used to drive my ex crazy with that shit. God, I loved it. Anyway,
Hmm. Well, I mean, there was this cartoon show, maybe a height of it, Invader Zim. And at one point, his robot companion, Gurr, started singing the Doom song. And it was just doom, 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 de doom, doom, de doomy, 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 doom, 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 de doom, doom, like that. And you can turn any damn song into the Doom song.
uh-huh. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like that. That sounds good. I'm gonna have to look that up.
What is
Uh-oh.
okay,
with
that
your
What
dog?
what's going
sounds like
on?
someone's strangling it.
Is that near you, Kate?
Yeah, it's outside. Some of my neighbors have dogs, and I'm not too far from like a kennel. And sometimes when they let those dogs out, it's just nothing but bark, bark, bark outside for ages.
I got you. My dog is probably has a contact eye. I don't know. She's passed out on the floor, so poor Leia.
It's like Columbia has this look on her face, like she doesn't know what to make of it, even though it's been years of this.
Sorry. I'm checking. What am I checking on Twitter, Ox? Did you tag me in something? Because like that makes me have to go to my notifications. It's I
I
have,
definitely could not possibly have heard what Manda just said correctly.
what?
Well, I heard something about slicing a turtle tonight, and it couldn't possibly have been that.
What the?
Well, you understand my confusion.
No, I was confused about something in the. Anyway, what are we talking about, Ox? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't have anything from you, so cool.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan of that song either, Mage. Any song that might potentially lead to raising the roof, in that oot
Okay.
oot kind of way, I'm kind of out. No
Okay.
thanks.
Oh my, the Cleveland football team adopted that Who Let the Dogs Out. And number one, I don't like football. Number two, I don't like that song. It all just comes together to be like, blah!
Well, no, it's weird. Like, I told you about how I developed that taste for football, and I don't know, it's weird. I don't know why I like the game. Like, you'd think I'd still hate it. In fact, possibly hate it more after how long they made me play it. But no, I kind of developed an affection for it, and I don't know why.
Hmm.
I mean, a watch the Super Bowl once a year affection, but still.
Mm-hmm. No,
Of course,
it's,
it'd
Okay.
be weird if I watched the Super Bowl multiple times a year, wouldn't it?
yeah, it would. Well, you'd have to record it and then you'd have to play it back every couple of weeks. And,
Yeah, see, it's not funny if you explain the joke.
uh-huh. But, oh my, it's just, living here in Pittsburgh is just such a pain in the arse. Um, because these people just, they can't get enough of their Stillers.
Hmm.
So,
Distillers?
Stillers, that's how they say it.
What the?
Steelers.
Oh, yeah. Like. I don't really interact with people here anyway, so I don't know. I'm sure they care about some fucking. I know they like their. People are wicked into the Georgia Bulldogs, which is the college. Like it's weird to me to see people wear like adults that have never been to that school, but wear like I don't know stuff from them. I guess
Well,
I don't
people
know.
are super into the Washington Huskies, which is the football team of the UW, the University of Washington.
Actually,
Um,
I was about to say that I was into the Yukon Huskies though, because the girls basketball team is like the best ever. Like they've
oh,
won a crazy amount of championships, and like um, a bunch of their players have become Olympic athletes and got onto the WNBA. So I do, and I also, it was also two towns over was Yukon, and I had a lot of friends that went to Yukon and shit, and like I had family that went to Yukon, but like I mean, people that have absolutely no connection to the school other than like they live there. Like people didn't really do that in Tucson. At least I don't think they did.
well, I mean, like, okay, the you'll still see a lot of people walking around Seattle who are clearly not UW alums wearing the Huskies gear. And it's the same with, oh gosh, I want to say it's Washington State University. The thing is that the letters that make up the acronym for it get sort of weirdly reworked into like a cat, some sort of jungle cat or something, wild cat. I don't know.
Mhm.
Panther, puma. I really don't know.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of people walking around with that gear on as well in Seattle. Um, and I don't know if those people are alumnuses or not, but I don't know. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just sports.
Yeah. No, I
Not,
feel you.
I kind of get it. I kind of don't.
No, I played sports and I really honestly couldn't give like but I mean with soccer. I have no I just cannot fucking stand American football. It is just dumb to me. I'm sorry. And Robert Reed, if you ever hear me say that, I am sorry. You know I fucking love you, but like, bro, no, I don't like football. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But just I don't know. Like Angel even I used to he played soccer for a while. I even coached a soccer team when he was little, but he ended up doing track for a while because he's fast and like if you've seen Angel, he's really tall, super duper skinny. So he used to
Mm-hmm.
run the 2 mile. And he was really good at that. But otherwise, he's never like he doesn't watch sports. He doesn't give a, and that might be my influence though, because like you get raised by a single mother who can't give a shit about sports. Other than I tried with the soccer and he did play baseball too, but that was like the baseball thing was something that my
Oh,
parents were like, you need to get him to do this. Like,
I I have to admit I don't get the appeal of soccer either. Like seriously, I've gone to games with friends, but I only went because it was with friends. I had
honestly,
no interest whatsoever in it, and it just seems so deathly slow. Nothing ever really seemed to happen much. And then you get those players who are total drama queens where it's like, maybe they trip over their own shoelace and then they act like their shin is broken. Those guys?
Okay, yeah.
the best thing about soccer honestly is that it like for kids because it's just basically them they get to just fucking run it out for like an hour and it's
Mm.
like I've seen for Angel there was a lot of aggression he was able to get out and stuff by just going out and doing that and it's just a good fun carefree exercise for them I think. And then I never played soccer when I was little like Angel did. I didn't start playing soccer till got into high school because I wasn't allowed to play any other sports while I was a competitive gymnast. um, wouldn't have had the time to anyway. I spent more time. I saw my coaches like more than I saw my parents for from the time when I was 9 years old until I was 14 or 15. Um, but yeah, so I didn't. But I did enjoy it. I think, and but I don't really like watching it or anything. But I did find fun in it just because I don't even know why. Maybe it was just because we were a soccer family, and my brothers both played, and like I ended up having their number. Like my brothers both had the same soccer number, so I had it, and then Angel had it too. So like it was the first time that it felt like my father was finally proud of something I was doing athletically. 'Cause it wasn't something girly like gymnastics. Even though let me tell you, fucking gymnastics is harder than anything. I'm sorry. Gymnastics is way fucking harder than fucking soccer. That's bullshit and it's stupid. Also, Simone Biles, I hope she's okay. She's awesome. She was hurt today. Best athlete like ever. But yeah, it was I can see it being very boring to people because there's really not a lot going on. There's not a lot of scoring and stuff. I get that. That was a fucking tangent I just went on. I am very stoned. I apologize.
Oh my. Now one
Bless you.
okay,
I
one
don't know.
thing
I
I
was not raised by a sports watching family at all. So I really never even, I wasn't really exposed to sports at all. Let's just put it that way.
oh okay. Now one thing I
Yeah, so
really
it's
liked
basically Angel, you know.
one thing I really liked watching was Australian rules football. That was just a total mess, and I loved it. It was just craziness on the pitch, and it, chaotic is the best way I could describe it. And I liked watching that chaos.
Now, what's the difference between Australian rules football and rugby?
Oh my! I'm trying
I
to
played
think.
rugby in college. Not it was just an intramural thing, nothing like actual or real. But we had an intramural team that we played for fun. That shit's fucking rough, yo.
I'm
We're-
no.
Well, I actually kind of like Clane Ball. Clane Ball is, most people haven't heard of it. It's exactly like hockey, only there's no skating or puck.
Oh, okay.
So basically, you just walk around on the ice and beat each other with sticks.
All right.
So I mean, it's hockey mostly. It's like
Well, that's
ninety
like I
percent of
said.
hockey.
It's just like hockey, but with no skating or
Yeah,
puck.
I did. We used to when I was growing up. The only there was only one sports team in Connecticut, and that was the Whalers. They were a hockey team.
Oh
So
yes, yes, yes.
and like they so like anytime you got like um you know a award in school that they wanted to give you something for, they give you fucking Whalers tickets. So like we were
Oh,
like I was always fucking going to Whalers games as a kid because I have these fucking ridiculously huge like stack books of awards. It was, oh god, growing up was fucking rough, yo.
you know
Um,
what that weirdly reminds me of, though? Where you're talking about giving people getting whalers. Like, what if you're not into sports at all?
it
What if
doesn't
you don't
matter.
want those
Do you
whaler
think
tickets?
I
But see,
wanted
that
Whalers?
reminded me of something that I saw on TV a while back. Like, we're talking childhood here, where it was like set in the deep south in like I don't even know when turn of this. Well, probably later than turn of the century, 1900s, whatever. But it was pretty, you know, it was pretty old timey, let's put it that way. And there was this precocious young black girl who was kicking everyone's ass academically, and there was a spelling bee, and she wins, but everyone assumed that the little white boy was going to win, so they had already bought the prize, and it was a bow tie. And
Oh
everyone had to look
yeah.
so sheepish while they give her the bow tie she just won.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember the
I don't
article
know
or
what that
whatever.
was. I don't know what that was, but for some reason, being given Whalers tickets when you don't like the Whalers reminded me of that.
mhm. No, they didn't give a shit. And the thing
Hmm.
was that my father would take me because, like, the only time my father ever gave me any attention at all growing up was because he was proud of me about being this perfect student. So like that was his. He got to go to a free hockey game and brag about his daughter or whatever the fuck. So, I came to actually really love the Whalers. And then they fucking moved to North Carolina. It broke my heart. It's just
Hmm.
so sad. So,
So, weird question. Well, okay, I'm not asking for answers, I'm asking for opinions on this one. Oh well, no, I take that back. I'm gonna ask a two-part question. A, I'd love an answer, but two, I want an opinion. Now, number one, why did we start calling like beating people wailing on them? And number two, is it wailing like Moby Dick or is it wailing like screaming at the sky? Because I have never gotten a definitive answer on any of that. I've only ever gotten opinions, and I don't think anybody knows the answer. It's probably one of those ones that's lost to history. So
no,
I'm
it's
wondering.
from whaling because the way they used to actually take clubs and just beat the fucking ever living shit out of the whales' heads until they were dead, basically.
Oh,
So yes,
so it
it's from
really does
whaling.
have its origin
I
in
grew up
whaling. I,
in
I thought
like
maybe it was like a weird metaphor,
no.
there was a story or something, but it really is
Um,
literal. Wow.
I grew up about a half an hour from like what was once the biggest whaling port in the world. So I know a stupid amount about whaling. In fact, I have a picture on my phone of me and my friend at Mystic. So the movie Mystic Pizza that was
Heard of
based
it.
at Mystic Seaport in Mystic, Connecticut, which is one of the biggest seaports. And I have a picture of me and my friend in first grade sitting on this enormous anchor there. And that was another thing. Like, there's not a fuck ton to do in Connecticut. So, like, pretty much every year we went to Mystic and we went to the Whaling Museum and stuff for school trips. So like it's the
Huh.
same thing.
Oh, I never thought it was that literal.
Yeah, and they would actually. Oh God, it's horrifying. I one of the species that I used in when I was finishing up my master's and my in my thesis was the right whale, which because that's what I do in climate sciences. I work with how the loss of endangered species affects ecosystems and how because the loss is from climate change, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so I had to look into a lot of what happened with the whales and stuff, how they've become extinct, and some of it is climate, but most of it was what humans did, and we were, and I knew like the whitewashed shit from growing up in Connecticut, again, just like the idea in America growing up that like Columbus discovered America, the whaling ships, like they weren't great, but like they built our state, so yay whaling. But I, having to actually study it, I had this really fucking long paper just about um, the way the loss of uh, the whalings, the right whale species that affected the ecosystem in certain areas of the ocean. It's
Okay, Bear, you take care,
horrifying.
honey, okay?
Oh, thank you, Bear, so much
Have
for stopping by,
fun.
listening to us ramble. But yeah, it was pretty fucking awful, and so the whaling came from clubbing the whales to death. It's awful.
Eek.
I like cheese.
Okay,
My
then.
my job is really dark sometimes, I guess.
Mm.
They won't
It's
let me
rough.
have cheese anymore.
They won't let you have cheese anymore.
Nah.
That's okay. Dave hates cheese, so he'd probably trade with you. He's fucking weird like that.
God, how do you not like? I mean, okay, I can understand not liking the stinky cheeses,
I don't
but
know.
how do
Dave's
you not
weird.
like cheese in general?
I don't know.
He's a weird Brit. They don't know real good food, I guess.
I dearly
Well,
love
it's weird because
cheese.
like they're one of my favorite Britcoms is called Chef, and it's like this guy Gareth Blackstock, and he is the shoutiest, yelliest, most controlling chef that ever worked at this restaurant, right? And at one point, he goes on this mission to find unpasteurized Stilton, which is apparently illegal. And so there's a whole show about like apparently British people know their cheeses, even if the rest of their cuisine is a bit iffy.
Okay, then.
I mean, hell, remember Monty Python's cheese
I was
sketch?
just thinking of that. Yes. Yes.
Surprised no
Uh.
one's done like a Yakko's World style song about cheese. You know, oh, there's cheddar mozzarella. Da, 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 da. I don't know. Just
Venezuelan beaver cheese.
who wants Gouda? Who anyway?
Isn't good at Dutch.
What? Oh, I don't know. It is good though. I like Gouda.
It's yummy and tasty. Many
I
with
wish I
chili.
knew, like, I don't know, more about, as much as I hate the person it comes from, I wish I knew more about the Dutch side of my family.
Hmm.
Because, like,
That's
I
all right.
have,
I know next to nothing about the Sicilian side of my family or the
all you
Ashkenazi
gotta do
side.
is watch a Scorsese movie, then you got it.
Hey, there's more to it than that, huh?
I'm kidding. Oh my God.
I know, I know, I know, I know. I'm just running with it.
No, but because like I literally my father's parents, I only saw them twice in my life. I told you about this earlier, how my grandmother was just kind of crazy, and she
Hmm.
they lived in Phoenix, so they the first time they had seen me, I was 2 years old. They finally had come out and to visit, and my grandmother got mad because my father was paying more attention to us kids than her. So she left and didn't talk to him for 11 years.
Jeepers.
And
Alrighty.
then she had a stroke. And when she was in the hospital, her husband finally felt that he was free enough to call us and talk to us again. So, we started talking, and then I went out. My father and I went out for the summer, or for a couple weeks during the summer when I was 13. Um, and it was only like months after we had started talking, and like the day before, some fucking stupid argument or whatever, and she decides that she hates us again. So there was another, I think it was another exactly 11 years until my grandfather had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So she was like, yeah, I probably need help with this. So she came back to us. So like I
Mm.
did not get a chance to ever learn really anything from my grandparents about, and my grandparents, my father is from Holland. I'm first generation American. So like, I feel like I should be more connected to that, but I know nothing because it's not like he's ever going to tell me anything about it, and I never really got a chance to do that. So with them, so.
Foo foo.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Columbia is giving me that look, and it is time to feed. So I'll be
Oh,
back.
it's that food look. Okay then. Oh my. Oh my. So wait a minute now. It's not even 5:30 over there. I don't know. Oh my, oh my. Anyway, oh my, oh my. I didn't get to find out anywhere near as much as I wanted to about, especially his parents' uh, time in Slovakia. But, oh well.
Do you regret that though? Do you wish that you had
I
learned
wish I
more?
could have found out more. Yeah, it's, just didn't get to ask or talk much about it. And, lost out on a lot.
Yeah,
But
too. I hear that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I brought down your stream too.
it's okay. No, I found some of the paperwork, um, and I have the towns that each of them grew up in and came from and stuff like that. But I wish I had some of the stories. Detko didn't talk very much at all, so there's not much coming from there. But from Bubka, I wish I could have got some more. But oh well.
Nothing you can do. You know.
Yay or something. Moo.
Yay! Really?
Yay.
You and yay?
Moo and yay. Yes. Oh my. What
It's
you
not
got?
my fault. I smoked myself into sadness. I'm sorry. I
Oh.
went over the threshold.
Oh, you were playing with the pipe. Okay. I couldn't
I
quite
can't.
tell what you were up to there. What
Hmm.
is that, clay?
No, it's rubber. It's like a polyethylene, but and
Oh,
it's like
okay, okay.
stormtrooper. If you can't tell,
There, the cats are fed.
Yay!
I had a glass pickle Rick. Angel broke it. So
Oh.
Wait.
that's why I
I
got the
tried watching
polyester.
that show and just could not get into it because the first episode pissed me off so bad.
Why did it piss you off? Sorry, I'm.
Because they said Morty 96 times in a half hour.
That's the joke. The whole thing is, that doesn't continue like as bad, but the thing is that Rick and Morty was originally from a cartoon that was a silly, kind of dirty ripoff of Back to the Future, and he's always saying Marty, Marty. That was
Okay,
the
but
joke.
it wasn't funny.
Okay.
It just made me angry. I don't know if it was like triggering my ADHD and I'm probably on the spectrum, so it might be that too. I don't know, but something about that repetition just like had me grinding my molars almost literally until the episode was done. And when it was over, I clicked stop, clicked away from the page and said, fuck that. So, I mean, maybe if they had saved that for like episode 4, I might have stuck with it. But since it was the very first episode and that's what I built my impression on, I just don't piss people off in the first episode.
No, and I'm not going to be one of like I love the show
Mm.
for a lot of reasons, and one of them is also again because it's something I share with Angel, and things that I share with Angel, I tend to be like I still we used to watch up until season 10. I think we watched The Walking Dead. He grew up on that. That was his thing. So even though I wasn't something that I normally would have watched, I got into it because he loved it, and we live 40 minutes from where they film it. So when we first moved here, we went and visited and took the tour and stuff like that. And like Star Wars, like I introduced him to Star Wars, but I like people know me as this huge Star Wars fan. I really wasn't that like I liked it growing up and stuff. I saw it all. I had a connection to it with my oldest brother, but I wasn't like the fan I am now. I'm super into it now because it is like the biggest thing, the most consistent thing in my son's life, his entire life outside of me. Like he's been a Star Wars fan since he fucking like could walk, you know. And I don't know if, like I said, I didn't really mean to push it on him, but he just really liked it, and he knows like an encyclopedic, ridiculous amount about it. He will sit and, you know, one of the ways we bond is like he'll just come and sit and talk to me about it literally for just hours. Like he'll just have theories and talk about battles and like who does like how many 17-year-olds do you know that sit and talk to their parents for any amount of time, let alone do it because they want to? Like that feels.
Well, if we had mutual interests, I might have done it with my parents, but
But I
you know,
made
I
sure,
mean,
like
that seems to be the X factors, whether or not your parents are receptive.
you know, he'll talk to me about skateboarding too, which he knows I don't give a fuck about. But I will watch movies with him about it, and I will watch his YouTube videos with him, and I will listen to him talk about it, and I will help him. I helped him pick out the stickers for his skateboard, like, and he's well aware that I don't really care about it, but I will listen all day if he wants to talk about it, and he will, and it's not a problem. Like I don't understand why not. Like that's the thing. My parents know literally nothing about me that I like, other than I liked astrophysics, and I do something now that they don't believe in. That's basic. Oh, and I'm an atheist. That's all
Hmm.
they know about me, basically.
Hmm.
They never tried to. They never tried to learn anything about me. So I know
Yeah.
everything. I think that's probably why I'm like that with Angel, because
Well,
like
if I ever like expressed a big old like interest, enthusiasm, whatever for something, and I wanted like I didn't have siblings. All I had was my parents for the most part. There were kids in my neighborhood and we hung out, but it wasn't quite like none of them were quite as geeky as me when it came to this sort of thing. And so I really had nobody to talk to about it. And if I tried to talk to my parents about it, I always got sort of like, oh, that's nice. Yeah, okay, with no real interest at all, no willingness to engage. So, I mean, a lot of my fandoms and the things I liked, I didn't really get to express any of it till college when I started meeting like minded people, which is weird because you usually hear about that sort of thing about, like, you know, your sexuality, not usually your geekery.
so I'm not
Mm.
gonna lie though, Kate. Sometimes it is hard. Like if I, you know, I'm really hard to be around if I'm in a lot of pain, and I'll, you know, if I'm moody or whatever, and it's sometimes I do have to put effort into trying. I'm not saying this comes, you know, naturally to me or anything like that.
Hmm.
It's not easy, you know. Kids like when they get into something and they it can become like their whole world, and that can be difficult too, I'm sure. But I try. And most of the time, I don't have to try that hard with him because even if it's something I don't care about, he still makes it fun or funny, and it's great hanging out with him. But like there are days where the pain will be really bad, or I'll be really like lately. It's been hard to connect with him because I'm just so down because of everything, and I feel
Hmm.
bad because it's harder for me to be like enthusiastic and really sit and listen about skateboarding or something. So I
Right.
it's not like it's super duper easy either. I don't want you to think that I'm
Hmm.
saying that your parents were stupid because they couldn't do that. I'm just
Well, but I mean, you're at least willing to do it at all. You know, I mean, my parents, like, they could not give the tiniest damn about pretty much anything I was into. You
Okay,
know,
okay.
if we ever found an overlapping mutual interest, it was super rare and not something that came up much. You know, like maybe we found a mutually enjoyable board game or something. That was it. And it was just like I really could not relate to my parents on any kind of I don't know, like I guess pop culture level, but that doesn't really say entertainment. I don't know. We
No, but
never
that's
had the same
important.
interests at all.
That is so much more important than people realize, though. Just being able to give a shit about your kids' interests. Like, it really, really is. That's not a small thing.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, I know
So,
all too well what it's like to be so enthusiastic about something and want to be enthusiastic with other people who like it as much and in the same way as you, and
yeah.
having nothing available and trying to get someone to engage with you on the topic, even if they're not totally psyched about it, and just getting brushed off like, go away, we don't care. You know, of course, I always had to care about everyone else's garbage
Oh
while
yeah,
they all
yeah.
talked about it because they had a mutual interest. But I mean, it was like sometimes, once in a while, people will engage on stuff that's outside their usual wheelhouse, something that's off brand for them, but not my parents.
Yeah. I have like a few friends that I can geek out to about climate science. I like Brian, Brainbug, my friend Hans, my friend the doctor, Dr. Stephen Hobbs, and John will fucking tolerate that shit just because he's nice. But like for the most part, I know like because I'm passionate about it. So yeah, I'm going to talk about it a lot. So I get that having nobody really to talk about is it's hard sometimes.
But having the internet available to me gives me like the entire geekosphere at my fingertips if I want it.
There you go.
So, you know, there's going to be someone out there who's into what I'm into. Hell, there's probably someone out there right now who's meeting up with their true love who's also into, I don't know, penguin mating habits.
No, penguins are the worst. Penguins are, um, I won't use the R word, but they arists, and they are also necrophiliacs. Penguins are bad. I don't like them. No.
Okay.
She's just like a
Sorry.
penguin in bondage, boy. Anyway.
Mm.
Like I know because of my job, I know a lot more about a lot of animal species than most people. Most people have like the basic understanding. Oh, that's cute. But then I'm like, I know, like for one thing, most penguins don't live in Antarctica. I think it's either 4 or 6 out of the 13 species
Is it
of
that
penguin
many?
live. I can't remember. Yeah, it's either 4 or 6 out of the 13 live in cold climates. Otherwise, it's not Antarctica itself, but any cold climate at all. Otherwise, everything else lives somewhere tropical or subtropical. So, but most people don't know that.
I have seen a lot of pictures and video of penguins in places that look definitely not winter esque.
Yeah, they're very just people's like the most recognizable picture you have of penguins is just media that has them in Antarctica. But there are, a fuck ton of species in Antarctica. So, like, I guess they work with what they got. I don't know.
According to this, yeah, there are 18 species of penguins, 5 of which live in Antarctica.
Oh, so I was close. I was
Which
4 or 6. I was in the middle.
I didn't
Yeah.
which are the
realize.
ones with the wacky yellow eyebrows?
Oh, the emperors.
Is that what those are?
I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I think there might be
I
a couple.
I go look and to see. Emperor Penguin. That is the Emperor Penguin.
You sure you're not thinking of puffins? It's getting really fucking dark in here. So
I've seen puffins, but I don't think they had the weird yellow crap.
I don't know. I just remember puffins being.
No, no, the Emperor. That doesn't look
Oh,
like it. Um,
well, let's see. Types of
Penguins at a
penguins.
glance.
Here we go. Which one are you? Damn it, it's on a website, so I have to go to the website because it doesn't just say it. Macaroni penguin? Okay. And also a royal penguin. But the one I was thinking of is the northern rockhopper penguin.
Oh, okay then.
Okay. I know that one.
Yep.
Talking about penguins, they fucking suck.
This is sounding like a lot of the talk I hear about koalas. Like, apparently koalas are royal
Those are
assholes.
mean as fuck, yo. Yeah, I wish Bear was still here. He would tell you.
But it's like, it seems like every cute animal out there has a dark side.
Basically.
Which makes me wonder, like, are honey badgers truly poets at heart?
No, honey badgers are mean too.
Okay, we have over here.
Yeah, so. Looks like it's going to be one of those days.
Okay then.
No, the other kind.
Ah,
How?
Fjordland penguin. Okay, that's one I've never heard of.
Is it pining for the fjords?
Yes, I think so.
Why do they call it pining anyway?
Is am I no too knowing? Huh.
I still like the poem I wrote when I was high, but nobody else seems to find it nearly as amusing as I do.
Pining etymology. Old English. Pinian, to cause to suffer.
Wow, okay, so pining then wouldn't just be like being lovelorn or whatever, or missing something and being nostalgic. It's actually doing it to yourself, causing yourself your own psychological pain. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Ow. I mean, because that makes being wistful kind of like edgy, I guess. I don't know.
Moo.
I don't like edgy. I was a teenager in the 90s. I fucking hate edgy.
Like the word or like the state of being?
The energy that you get in pop culture that people describe as edgy.
Okay. That's valid.
Like, okay,
no.
let me do like a sci-fi comparison. Maybe that'll help. If Star Wars is normal, then The Expanse is edgy. Then the remake of Battlestar Galactica is edgy. They're going for that sort of grim, like nobody has a sense of humor vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's kind of dark.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I like my entertainment a little more upbeat.
Are you weren't a fan of Nolan's trilogy then, were you?
Nolan's trilogy.
Batman, Dark Knight.
Oh, well, I'm not even a fan of Batman to begin with.
I did like Keith though as the Joker. He was good.
Yeah, he did a good job. I'm not sure how much I want to see the Joaquin Phoenix movie though.
He tried. I honestly felt like he tried in some parts too hard to like channel Keith.
Oh.
It wasn't a lot of it, but there were a few parts. There's this one part where he's dancing at the end, and it's just like it looks exactly like Keith, and it fucking rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's funny because Joaquin Phoenix, I remember first encountering him on the movie Space Camp. But he was being called Leaf.
I had that fucking cassette tape, yo. Like I went to fucking space camp. You think this bitch didn't go to actual space camp?
Oh, I imagine she did. But my point is, though, that the actor first came to my attention because of the movie Space Camp, and then later Like Ruskies was the next movie I saw him in, and I don't know. It's weird to have seen someone go from child star to playing the fucking Joker.
It's
You know?
technically I taught space camp because most of like we were open all year round and we did classes like after school classes and weekend classes, but it was during the summer where we had like full on camps that we took the kids on for Challenger, and we would have like full days that I would do actual lecturing about space science basically, and then we would put what we learned into a mission like in
Oh,
the Challenger, which was they had the I showed you that picture today, the mock inside interior of the shuttle, but they also had mission control as well. So I got to like kind of and it was 5 days a week. It was like a day camp type thing. So I kind of got to teach space camp. That's fun.
but it didn't take me too terribly long to realize that actual space wasn't anything like it was in the movies. Not nearly as much fun and way more dangerous. So I just sort of gave up on that. But who knows? If I ever have Jeff Bezos money, maybe I'll hitch a ride on one of those ships.
You
I don't
know,
know.
I wonder if that's where I get this like really just pedantic nature where I watch stuff and I have to kind of tear it apart, especially when it comes to like physics and space science and stuff. Angel has taken on this trait of mine. And I wonder if it's because when I did that, I would get like so many kids saying, yeah, but in this movie, this happened. And I was constantly having to fucking like correct them about what the real science was. And it got on my nerves so much. So now,
Hmm.
whenever I watch movies or TV shows and they fuck up with the science, especially like physics, it grates on me, and I have to fucking
Okay,
correct it.
well,
And
you're
yeah,
gonna hate my animation. Because let's put it this way, I use a fair amount of hand wavium and technobabble. It's very
no,
much
no, no.
Star Wars style spaceship physics, unapologetically so.
Angel found a way to like kind of like a cheat code to calm me down on this. He will
Hmm.
try to convince me to convince myself that it is a completely entirely different universe altogether, and therefore the laws of physics there might act differently. So I should just try to accept it. Like I fucking
Yes.
he tried so hard to get me to watch the MCU between him
Oh,
and I had a friend that was trying to get me to watch MCU movies, and like I don't like superhero stuff. I just don't.
with you.
What?
With you.
Okay, cool. But like
I
they
mean,
were
I
both
liked it a
like,
little
you
bit, but
have
I
to
got
watch these
oversaturated.
movies. No, and it just I wasn't into it. So, but the physics shit was really fucking pissing me off. And that was when Angel was like, "No, wait a minute." And then he like went into this whole. If you just take for 2 seconds and think of it this way, will you shut the fuck up for 2 minutes?
Well, I mean, this is a problem I've run into with Diana more than once. You know, like when we start talking
Hmm.
about magic and the nature of magic, and you seemed awfully distressed by the notion of possibly not being able to ever actually learn how magic functions and why it exists, if it does. Like I posited that hypothetical scenario where magic exists, but its reasons for existing are completely and utterly irrational and unknowable, ineffable. And it seemed to cause you a fair amount of stress, the notion of not being able to know something, that something might be completely outside of anyone's ability to know it ever.
Oh my. I don't know if the unknowability is what was causing me stress or the expectation that I should know it.
Mm.
Um, Cause yeah, I mean, as far okay, in my I hate the word because Kenya Ham uses it all the time. Worldview,
Worldview.
yeah. Um, Magic is unknowable. There is nothing that can be really can't know it to use it. You know, you can't understand it. Um,
Well, but that's the thing. Yeah, you can. You just can't. understand all of it. It's like, okay, if I chant these words and make these gestures, I can cast lightning bolts out of my fingers. I don't know why it works, but it works. And you might even be able to figure out bits and pieces of it. And then, you like, there might just be one ultimate thing that you can't get. I mean, you know how we don't have any answers to, like, why are we here kind of stuff
Yeah,
philosophically,
right.
and how did the universe begin philosophically, or but rather physically, like how did the universe begin physically? And it's like we don't have answers to those things, but we can live without those answers. We know enough to not need them in day-to-day life. And if magic were to exist and it was more D&D style magic, and we could cast simple spells and stuff like that, and we learn the rules of magic even if we don't know why it functions, well, we can go day-to-day lives using magic for our convenience even if we don't necessarily know why it can happen. We do that already.
Well, there's as I'm looking at it, knowing why it happens, as you say, how it happens, can lead one into other things. If I know that waving my hands and saying "Tayo korostu" will cause will cause bars of gold to appear in front of me. I know that,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't go anywhere else with that. What
Okay,
happen? What happens if I say it slightly differently? The
then it won't work at all. You
yeah,
have to get it just right. You have to get the words and the chant and the sigils on the ground and the hand waving all just right, or it won't work.
yeah, and I haven't learned anything. All I know is that this one thing does this one thing. It's like the kids that used to come to me for help with their chemistry and physics problems. The engineering students. Oh God, I hated them. Um,
Holy shit!
I would start to explain. Okay, yeah, this is what you want to know. Okay, here's where we go. No, don't. I don't want to know how it works. Just tell me the answer. But if I do that, it's oh well.
Well, if you do that, how will you get the answer next time when I'm not here? Is the way you reply. But
Yeah,
but the point,
absolutely.
but
That's it.
that's completely different though, because even if you're seeking why, even if you're doing what those kids wouldn't, it won't make a damn difference. Like there may be mages out there, sorcerers guilds and stuff, who study enough magic to be able to find new spells, but even then, you won't know what powers it, why it works. All you know is that you can do something with it. But there's one other thing you also know, which is that obviously, like laws of cause and effect, all of that, equal and opposite reaction, all of that, gets suspended when it comes to magic. In fact, that may be the only way to identify magic, is that sort of weird break in causality. Now it may be an illusion, it may be magic of the gaps to say that's magic. But I mean, if you find something where it's like, I wave my hands and chant Latin backwards, and all of a sudden there's a breeze tall enough to, or strong enough to knock over an elephant, well, suddenly something just doesn't fucking add up, does it? But if it works consistently every time, well, then I guess the rules of physics can be suspended when certain conditions are met.
And that's what I've said to so many people. Now you have chaos when you
But you
can
don't.
when you
You
can
don't have
suspend
chaos.
when you suspend
No,
the
yeah, yeah,
rules.
he could, but kind of. I don't. I'm not trying to be. I don't know that person there, but basically, the very idea of even actually suspending the the laws of physics for any amount of time for anything would be literal chaos, and by chaos, physics chaos, as in like black holes and sucking nothingness, and it just wouldn't work. The first time that would happen, the universe would probably cease to exist, and
Ah,
therefore
but you
there
see,
would
it's
be no more
magic.
magic.
Part of the magic prevents all of that from happening.
Well, you lose predictability now.
Well, no,
And
you
when you
don't.
lose
No, you
predictability,
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't lose predictability at all. Because what happens is consistent, 100% consistent, right? It's no different than predicting what someone might do by examining their brain and knowing, oh, they're going to do this thing that activates the magic spell. I mean, you can still predict everything. It's just a matter of certain things don't work the same way uh, when you apply this different stimuli. See, because it's not a matter of, oh, magic's just on all the time. It's a matter of when something specific is invoked, things are suspended temporarily in order to allow the effect of the spell to happen, and then everything goes back to normal.
that's like that's like God.
Well, yeah, God's supposed to be supernatural. That's the whole point. I mean, we're talking about mages and sorcerers here, but yeah, same basic idea behind God. I thought that was clear from step one, to be perfectly honest.
And how do you know that it's suspended in your favor when you want it to be suspended in your favor? And
Well, I
uh,
told you it's consistent. Chant these words in Latin backward, wave your hands the right way, do the right dance. The same thing happens every time.
okay, so now it's part of the natural order, and you should be able
Right.
to
I was gonna
discover the
say
rules behind it.
you're
Except it's not
basically
part of the natural
no.
order. It
It is
suspends the
though,
natural
because
order.
you're saying that it would be consistent. So you're basically adding a law of physics, which would, in doing so, tear down every existing law, and then therefore again we have
But see, that's
fucking
why
black
it's
holes and nothingness.
but that's why it's an exception is the
But
point.
but
It's not a I mean, even if you want to call it a new natural law, it does change everything, sure. But what if part of magic is that it's controlled
I don't
chaos?
like this.
I'm sorry, I've read enough sci-fi and fantasy to argue this all day. Okay, part of the whole point about magic is that what you know as reality is no longer valid under very specific conditions and for a very limited amount of time. And it seems like the limited conditions and limited amount of time, or specific conditions, limited amount of time, just isn't sinking in when I talk to you two.
It's not. It's not a. Oh God. Okay. Uh. I just was not talk. Like I can't. I the things I said would. I can't. I love you, Kate. So I don't
I don't know. It just seems like a case of square peg, round hole.
I mean, I understand your argument, but I'm just saying it. This is why it doesn't work for us because we know that this would equal this no matter what. So it
But
just
that's why it's fiction.
okay. But that,
I mean, you know what your son is saying is like, can't you just pretend it's another universe for a while? That's the
and I'm
whole.
telling you, I fully recognize how obnoxious this shit is about me. I am well
Okay,
aware of my
okay, all
flaws.
right, all right. Well, take heart in the knowledge that I am more amused than annoyed.
Okay. That's just because you haven't tried watching like movies with me and shit. Like
I suppose that's possible.
I would try really hard for you not to ruin it for you, though. I swear. Okay.
I am so boring. I know that I am.
Yeah, well, if you watched more movies, you'd be significantly less boring.
Well, like, yeah, right. That's true. We just need to get Diana to watch more movies.
Right.
Also, you're boring. Why the fuck did you even say that?
Hmm?
Why did you even say that?
Oh, because I'm not a magician or, I'm not Mickey Mouse, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, or anything like that.
I was thinking Gandalf or Merlin, but all right.
Okay.
Did you
Well,
not
yeah.
pay attention that I was on your side here? So you clearly weren't alone.
Yeah, you were on my side. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, but you're both totally off on this one. I mean, come on, it's fictional magic, and the rules are suspended. And trying to say, but it doesn't follow the rules, doesn't work, does it?
It's not that simple. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
That's all I'm saying.
oh man, I like seriously. I'm starting to get the idea that yeah, maybe you're hell to
You
watch movies
you have
with.
to understand though, Kate. Like honestly, astrophysics is my first love. It was everything to me growing up. It was what I studied. Like I'm really fucking protective of it. I'm not like this about everything, but if you're
Okay,
gonna go with like physics, I'm really super like that's just how I am. So it
okay.
would
Now
be the
take
same for climate,
everything you just said about physics, change physics to sci-fi, and you got me.
which is why I'm not like gonna tell you, don't compare this to that or whatever. I'm gonna give
Right.
you. I understand that you have your side. I understand that I have my side. I don't think we're gonna find a place to meet in the middle here because I'm a bitch about this. So.
What the fuck did I just find?
What did you found it at?
I don't really know, but it appears to be hashtag 802 vulva.
What?
What?
I
Okay.
can't I can't quite read the hold on, let me share my screen here.
Moo.
Are we sharing screens?
This is somewhere like sort of in the south of Vermont, and it appears to be some sort of plush vagina. I don't know.
Holy. Yes, yes.
Well, I mean, it's. I'm gonna. I have no idea, but I'm gonna assume with like a number, maybe it has something to
Oh
do.
no, 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 I can tell you what the number is. That's the area code for Vermont, 802.
Oh, okay. Then I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's weird. It's a little
So
weird.
yeah. No, sorry, there was definitely no mystery about the 802.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't
It
know if it was
seems
like
to
some kind of
have.
legislation or something.
It seems to have a Facebook page.
Does it?
Awesome.
Um, Battleboro, Vermont, 464 likes. A Vermont mom of 4 children creating political law and art for advocating legal and. Okay, and then I'll have to go over here and try to look at it in Facebook. Okay, let's see what the rest of it says. Oh, come on. Oh, jeez, man, this is crazy.
Okay. What is it? Stop keeping us in suspense, Diana.
Okay, let me go to the egg thing over here, and then we're going to do the og thing. Um,
Doom. Uh
there
huh.
we go.
Oh, I can't.
All
New
right.
Orleans, so somebody just tell me what it is.
It looks like a plush uterus
It does.
with
Is it
with a
purpose?
string of lights around it.
Apparently, it seems to be political art, according to what we just heard. Oh,
Okay.
football
Yeah,
team.
that's why I was
Buzzards.
thinking if it had something to do with some kind of legislation about like abortion or something. I don't know.
Which doesn't make a huge amount of sense given that it's Vermont, but
Yeah,
who
that's why I
knows?
was wondering. But I mean,
Wow.
I stand with Planned Parenthood. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's just plain political. It's not about any specific legislation there. Just
I
overall.
mean, I guess if this is your bag, go for it, but I don't know.
Oh, I get it.
Is the crazinesses. Yes, yes.
I don't know. I wanted to make fun of that up there. It's like
Whoa!
vote vote with your Agina.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
get
I know
that
what they
one.
were going
I know
for,
what they
but
were. Yeah,
still.
uh huh. Oh, for the
Yeah.
love of Saint Gulick, this is nuts. This is crazy. Oh, jeez.
I mean, okay, and I know this is going to sound like a tangent. I assure you it's not. But there's been a lot of controversy lately over whether or not kink should be at Pride.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
honestly, I do believe that Pride has become a bit over sexualized. Like, it's no longer about acceptance anymore. Now it's just about like dry humping in the street, seems like. And, I see this in a similar way. It's like, I mean, yeah, everyone's got genitals, and half of us have a certain sort, but maybe not on your lawn. Just a
Mm-hmm.
little bit. Maybe not on your lawn. I don't know.
But then if you don't go along with it, you're terrible, you know?
Yeah.
It's
I
just.
mean, I don't know. I mean, it's weird me saying this because I rollerblade naked in parades, but um, maybe not everyone wants to just be looking at genitals all day. You
Uh-huh.
know, just in their day to day, going around town lives. Maybe not. I mean, it will grab attention, sure, but will it necessarily win you supporters?
Right.
And will it maybe turn off a few who are like, yeah, I was on board until you started getting kind of X-rated or medical or whatever, it was like, and then when you started that, yeah, I started to feel a little icky. I'm sure there's someone out there who felt that way.
Oh, that's the point I've tried to make over the years. And what I get is, well, they shouldn't be turned off. And it's, but they are. And you've got to recognize that that does exist. But they
Yeah.
don't get it.
Like I understand wanting to change minds, but it seems like they want to change minds just by battering people over the head,
Uh
which is
huh.
exactly what they complain about. I think, to change a mind, you have to do it the hard way. You have to do it the slow way that educates people. Because if you just bash them over the head, they'll rebel.
Mm hmm. Yeah.
Unfortunately, like it or not, you kind of have to ease some people into the stuff that they're against. Like, not everyone's going to move as fast as everybody else.
Yeah.
Like there'll be someone who means well and who's really genuinely trying, and maybe they start being more tolerant on some things, but then someone starts giving them a mountain of crap for something where they're still sort of on the fence, and they're like, well, okay, fuck it, if you're going to be like that to me, I'm just going to go where everyone is my friend and hang out with the other bigots.
Mm
Mhm.
So sometimes you kind of have to be gentle about it. I don't like that. I don't think anyone likes that, but reality is reality.
And then, of course, you know that there are going to be those who will jump on that with, and yeah, well, that's why your all or nothing doesn't work. We've got to go for the incrementalism in the voting, and
But incrementalism doesn't work because, one step forward, five steps back.
mm-hmm.
So, and I mean, like, let's face it, if there was something cultural, I might, and I were like in charge of this sort of thing, I'd probably put that aside for something a little more concrete, something like climate change or student loans or any of that stuff, and hammer that one home, build some confidence, and then start looking at like the cultural stuff. But if you make a big, huge, sweeping change that gets money into people's pockets and makes their lives easier, is probably an easier sell for the other stuff once they start realizing you're working for them.
Yeah, you've just got to convince them that you are working for them. That's the
Yeah, I
hard
mean, if
part.
if if the pandemic and the vaccines have taught us anything, it's that some people, at least in the United States, have a big honking stubborn streak,
Mm-hmm.
and very, very partisan, very tribal too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't care which party's in charge. I know enough about the science to say, oh, vaccines are available. Just try to fucking stop me, you know? But apparently, some people don't know that much, don't know enough to be able to realize that these vaccines are pretty goddamn safe at this point.
I mean, I've seen people go on about, well, I'll get the vaccine when it clears um, the stage 3 trial, because emergency implementation is not a controlled trial. And I'm thinking, by now, look how many doses have been administered, and look how few bad
I
reactions
cannot
there are.
understand
Hmm.
how many people like are in a trial. What's gone out has way surpassed anything they would have seen in a fucking any more trials. It's just dumb anyway. I
And
wish we had gotten ours sooner. Um, but when it was finally available to Angel, it was right when we were trying to get out of here. So I was trying to put it off. So like if we needed to leave, we wouldn't have to worry about being sick for a few days. And I did that, put it off for like a month and a half for that. That was dumb.
moo.
But we're
Well,
Yeah.
done. So.
well, like, I don't know. I think I wonder what it would have been like if you said to someone who said, "I'll get it once, fill in the blank." Ask them if you can get that in writing.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of articles lately about a lot of people who were anti vax who are now on their deathbeds and regretting it, who are
Yeah,
actively saying, fuck, like there's a meme going around now where someone is saying to the nurse, give me the vaccine, give me the vaccine. The nurse is like, it's too late. You have the disease. You need the vaccine first. Like vaccines are not cures. I don't know how many people don't realize that. How many people need to hear that? But a vaccine is preventive. It's not a cure.
Right, right.
that wasn't originally a meme. That was a nurse came out. There was an article last week. The nurse came out and said this keeps happening. People are she's every time she's about to put a ventilator on someone who was anti-vax, almost all of them beg her for the vaccine, and she has to tell them it's too late.
Hmm.
There's this video of this one guy though that he's in his hospital bed and he's healing, and they're like, and they interview him and they're like, so would you, are you gonna go get the vaccine? He's like, fuck no. Well, would you have gotten the vaccine to prevent this? Hell no, and that's my right. And it's just like, bro, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's my right kind of nonsense. I mean, like, sure, you got rights, but you're taking that to such a degree, dude. It's like you take it to such a degree, you get in your own way.
Well,
Like if you dig in your heels and say, I'm not letting anyone tell me what to do, and they're telling you to do something that'll save your fucking ass. I mean, dig in your heels and die on that hill if you must, but geez.
well, I don't know anybody who has resisted something other people will say will save her life, but I can see the point of somebody saying it's my right to die if I want to, but what I'm going to answer with, it's not your right to take anybody else with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're all like, oh well, we can, we have the choice to wear our seatbelts, which you don't. It's a law. They think they should. I don't know. They make stupid arguments, and it's like that one guy who was talking about the cliff diving again. Yeah, but you don't put other people at risk if you're diving off a cliff. That's fucking dumb.
Well, I couldn't even, like, I was talking to an anti-masker, and the level of scientific ignorance and just sheer pig-headedness, where I said to him, the whole thing about how masks are not there to protect you from other people, they're there to protect other people from you.
Yeah.
And he went, that's bullshit, it can't work like that. And I was like, dude, what happens when you exhale? Where does all of that air go? Where do the germs you're exhaling go? And he was just like, "Yeah, fuck you, libtard," and ran away. And I was like, dude, I mean, like they're not just anti-science, anti-learner. They're actively, aggressively anti-learning a damn thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like
Like, I mean, there are times when I look at something that I might learn and go, wow, that's just pointless. I'll never use that. But there's other times where it's something like, oh, I don't know, a fucking vaccine, where I'm like, yeah, I might need to know how those work in the future someday.
and it's just
Mm-hmm.
some people, any kind of like if you try to teach them anything, it comes off to them as you calling them dumb. So
Hmm.
some people just can't hear anything. Anyway, my kid wants his room back, so I need to skedaddle. But
Oh,
I hope you guys, ladies, have fun, and thank you for hanging out with me today, Kate.
Well,
yeah,
thanks
of
for
course. It
coming
was fun.
by. I mean, what the heck?
Of course,
Yeah, like I said, your presence has never been a drawback.
I appreciate that. Good night, ladies.
Take care,
Have fun.
honey. And
So
then there
it's
were
like beep,
two.
beep, beep. be least, what's the word I'm looking for here? The manner with the fewest connotations I know of saying I love you is your presence has never been a drawback. Like I've always had a problem saying that phrase for anything other than romance, and I've
Okay.
often wished we had other terms for expressing affection that didn't have that much overlap with other terms. You know,
Hmm.
it'd be easier to express the notion that you really give a damn about a friend of yours if it couldn't turn into a really awkward moment.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, and saying to a friend of yours, I love you, especially if you're a little bit on the queer side, can be a little strange. So it sure
Hmm.
would be nice to have versions of that for family, friends, and romantic partners. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like Greek?
If you say so.
No, the Greek language has the many words for love, which have those connotations, and it's too
Uh,
bad we don't have that in English.
well, it sure would be nice. It's kind of the way it'd be nice to have a gender neutral pronoun that wasn't both plural and singular.
Okay then.
I'm just saying, is like, they, them, is a little fraught because you
Yeah.
don't necessarily, without context, know if we're talking about one person, multiple people. I don't know. And I mean, like, I wouldn't want to necessarily deny people who are non binary their pronoun, but at the same time, it sure would be nice to create something a little less ambiguous.
Yeah, and I know that people will give me a hard time about, well, language evolves, language evolves. But something, the gears jam when you get to the non agreement of number, for example. Uh, okay, you're talking about one person. So, they is there, and that just, the gears just jam.
Well, that's why I think they should be the plural and we should invent a new singular.
Okay, then.
you know um but you know what, languages do evolve, and honestly sometimes when people are a bit stick in the mud about some of it, it comes off a little off-putting, just saying.
Eh, it's just,
you know
it takes a little longer uh, for an evolutionary process to catch on than a lot of people want.
that's not true. A lot of the things that have evolved in certain ways, you're one of the few holdouts.
Yeah, I do hold out for many things, yeah.
Yes, but what I mean is that the world moved on and you didn't move with it. Take, for example, certain words like business and vegetable. How does Diana pronounce those two words?
Wait a minute. What words do you spit? I don't know those words.
Business and vegetable, yes, you do. I don't care how they're spelled. I know how people say
I
them.
know I
And
know business
honestly,
and vegetable.
yeah, but no one says it like that except you.
Well, that's to their what is it? What's the word I'm looking? That's where they fall short.
Except that they don't. You see, because everyone else likes it that way. And we know what we mean when we say it, which frankly is more important than a pedantic adherence to spelling. Because if we had to adhere to exact spelling, well, there's a lot of words that would not be pronounced the same way at all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just think of it. You.
Say pneumatic phonetically, I dare you.
Let's say pneumatique or something.
Okay, so maybe, just maybe, in a world where everyone knows exactly what's meant by business and vegetable, maybe that extra syllable doesn't need to be there.
And then think of all the people who just horrendously misspell fish.
Yes, yes, GHOTI. We know. It's an
Yeah, yeah,
old
yeah.
joke. It's so old, it's growing fur.
Oh, it's quite old. I mean, didn't Oscar Wilde do that one?
I don't know. I just know that it's the kind of old that's dank and musty, and we definitely don't need to poke it with a stick.
Moo. Oh my. Wait a minute.
Green eggs
Oh!
with sesame sauce. That sounds a little kung powy, which sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, kung pao chicken is usually like peanuts and crap, but still, sesame oil.
Oh, Randy says, being an author, I have a terrible time with the new form of language.
The new form of language?
That's what he said.
Yes, and I'm hoping for an explanation because, I mean, granted, yes, language has shifted probably more rapidly recently than it has ever before, I would imagine. But even so, which language is the new form of language?
I know one thing that does make me sad is the progressive loss of irregular verbs.
Such as?
For example, plead, they now say pleaded. The past tense of plead is pled.
Since when did they say? Well, okay, sure.
Oh, you
The one
see it
that
everywhere.
actually there's one that drives me just right the hell up the wall. Actually, there's a couple of them, like copywritten and gaslit.
Ah!
Gaslit. Oh,
Oh my,
you
yeah.
know the green lit instead of green lighted.
Mm-hmm.
Those bother me. But there's the one that drives me right the fuck up the wall though is yeah, that's been proven. No, you jackass, it's been proved. If something is proven, it has shown itself to be trustworthy, a proven friend, a proven method for doing things. But if you showed that some, like the veracity of a statement, you just proved it.
Uh huh.
It has been proved, it is not proven. Proven is, oh yeah, that's my proven trusty companion, you know? But people say proven a lot, and I think it's because it sounds pretentious. And they like how official and pretentious it sounds. That's my guess.
And besides, they're screwing that up. It's not proven, it's proven.
No, it's not. But seriously, like that one drives me right the fuck up the wall. That and when people say data instead of data. Oh, I want to punch a bitch when they say data. That is just so wrong.
Oh, I agree with you there. That data is wrong. It's data.
Also, it's lever, not lever. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, if you have her, don't leave her. Just use a lever.
Many things are wrong with me. Don't you know that by now?
Yeah, but I didn't quite realize the sheer scope of it.
Guess what?
Chicken butt.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then we have a
Yeah,
kitty over here who's shredding my chair. Meow, meow. You hear this one, right?
I do. You should see what my cats have done to a certain chair.
Oh
Oh my
my.
gosh, they have destroyed the unholy hell out of it.
Is it the one you're currently using, or is it the one previous to that?
Neither.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and that's another one. It's neither and either, not either and neither. The heck's wrong with you? That's not how you pronounce that shit. What are we, German? No, we're fucking not.
Moo. Wait a minute. One is his name, the other is not.
Yes, that's from Star Trek.
Oh, Tayo
It's
Korostu.
where Dr. Pulaski or Polanski or whatever the fuck her name was. Nobody likes her. She's such a bitch. And at one point, she was referring to Data as Data, and he corrected her. And she was like, but what's the difference? He goes, one is my name, the other is not.
Okay then.
Eh. Man, it is weird. Like there was a time, mid 80s or so, when I was just rabidly anti Star Trek because you had to be either one or the other, a Warzy or a Trekkie, had to be one or the other. Now here I am just from memory quoting Star Trek The Next Generation, or at least expanding upon someone else quoting it. And I'm like, what the hell happened to me? Although there is this great song called Bitrexual that is exactly about a Warzy and a Trekkie learning to get along after really hating each other for liking the wrong sci-fi.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, it's called Bitrexual.
Okay, moo. Very moo.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know.
Oh my, oh my.
Yeah.
Somebody's all folded up over there. Yeah, you. She's doing
Who,
the.
me?
She's
Yes, you.
she's
Well,
doing the kitty
anyway.
bean thing.
The what?
The kitty bean with the
The ki-
kitty bean. Yeah, with the front paws tucked under and
Oh,
yeah.
but see, when people talk about like cats and beans, they're usually talking about toe beans.
Oh. Where did that ever come from? I only recently.
The little pads on their paws look like little beans. They
Yeah,
look like not lentils. What am I? Well, they kind of look a little bit like soybeans, actually.
it was only rather recently that I first heard that term. I hadn't heard it when I was,
Mm,
for example, growing up or anything like that.
yeah, but well, that's what the internet has decided they are. And so if you say bean and cat in the same breath, people might misunderstand you if you don't mean toe beans.
Moof beef.
No, toe beans.
Alrighty. Yeah, that would be.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. You know it sounds like move beef to me when you say that.
Mm-hmm.
Like as
Yeah.
in ambulatory cows.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, sure.
that's what I've got to do. I definitely have to do an opening for one of these shows that's nothing but cows. Mm,
Okay.
chase everybody off. So what the hell is that
I'm
shit?
trying to remember. I There was something where it was like, and I know they did something similar in Monty Python: The Holy Grail, where there's like a barnyard animal or a lot of them, and it's clear that the people or that the sounds they're making are coming from humans making the sounds, and not even like artfully, not just moo. They're literally saying the word moo or ba like that, so it's clearly humans, and they're just like, yeah. And it might not have been Holy Grail, it might have been Life of Brian, but there was one point where the sun's coming up and you actually hear Terry Jones go cock-a-doodle-doo like that. So
Alrighty. Okay.
you know, I'm like, I wish I could remember what that movie was or TV show or whatever, where it's clearly just people saying the words we think animals make, and that's supposed to be the barnyard. No, I mean it was a comedy. You weren't meant to take it seriously, but it was one of those things where it's so over the top stupid that it sticks in your memory.
The one I liked was from the Holy Grail. With the French taunting when he was throwing barnyard animals over the parapets. You see the duck flying and
Mhm.
all that other shit. Man,
The funny thing is, like they never actually really show it, but I more than a little bit suspect that okay, we saw a castle, we saw some dude at the top of the castle, but when we got the close up of Cleese, I'm pretty sure that was ground level.
oh, I'm pretty sure as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I mean, just to throw the farm animals off a castle that high, that would not be a very nice thing to do.
yeah, I suppose. I have to wonder, like, if you drop a chicken or some other flightless bird from a great height, can they flutter down, or will they just drop like a rock? Or, I mean, will they attempt to flutter down and still drop like a rock? Or will they manage to give themselves a little bit of a parachuting before landing?
I'm tempted to say that, say, in the case of a chicken, they might attempt to flutter down. But the way they've been bred, they've been bred. They have these immense breasts, and they are so heavy with the small wings that there's no way they're going to fly. Yes, I have a feeling they're going to be doing one of these things and then just dropping like a stone.
Well, but that's the thing is like, would they necessarily drop like a stone if they kept doing that? Or might they drop like a not quite so heavy stone if they flapped enough?
I don't know, that one I'm not sure of.
I mean, this is definitely not an all or nothing zero sum game. It's not win or lose. You can definitely win by less and lose by more, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my.
There's wiggle room there on the win lose scale.
Oh,
Like
Mage.
it's the difference between breaking your leg or having your leg go through your skull because you hit the wrong way.
There you go. Mage says that a chicken would parachute.
Hmm. It's funny. I was almost tempted to say, but what about a duck? But ducks can fly. What am I thinking of?
Hmm.
I don't know. I
Um.
guess I just naturally think of them as waterfowl. So some part of my brain insists, no, no, ducks don't fly. Or maybe it's because they're so often used as food that some part of me thinks, well, chickens and turkeys don't fly and we eat them, so therefore. But that's just the idiot part of me that didn't think. And now that I'm thinking, I'm realizing the idiot part of me was wrong.
Yeah. Well, they don't fly because we eat them. Yeah. Now, what I don't know. I'd like to find out someday is how good your average Peking duck, the white duck that you see on the farms, how good are they at flying? Do
Hmm.
they not do they not fly away because they can't, or because they like it where they are?
Well, before we got our hands on chickens and started breeding them like that, though, I wonder if they could fly or were they as flightless as penguins?
I'm reasonably sure that they were pretty good at flying.
I wonder what they looked like.
Oh, there have been. I think I've seen some pictures of what they may have looked like, or at least some of their distant cousins.
For that matter, I'm a little unclear now for some reason on which animals were on which continent first when. Like, I've been watching some British TV that takes place like a long ass time ago, and it seems as though they didn't have chickens then, because all of the like fowl being eaten seemed to be like geese or pigeons or squab or whatever. Chicken didn't seem to be on the menu, and I'm wondering like were chickens originally from this continent and didn't show up in Britain until like people started exploring from Europe or what?
I think that chickens were originally from East Asia. I think.
Hmm. Well, this chicken here looks sort of like it's a rooster.
Kind of, yeah.
I do like the colors. I wonder how those ended up getting bred out.
I'm going to guess accidentally.
Perhaps. Still, I could see a huge market for those feathers as like decorations on clothing or something.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know. Like, I mean, what animals were in North America that were not in Europe, like until people started colonizing from Europe? I mean, I know Turkey, but other than that,
Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. There were deer in Europe before the European discovery of America, right?
I would imagine.
Let me think. Pheasants.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about pheasants. It doesn't sound to me like a very North American bird. Like I think I've heard a lot of reference to it in Britain more than here in the US. So I mean, even if it is a bird from here. It seems like interest in it reached further afield. I don't know.
What we got over here on the... They can be found world over in introduced populations. Oh! The pheasant genera native range is restricted to Asia. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, let's see. Okay. Bison.
Poleki.
Apparently, muskrat, possum, raccoon, prairie chicken, whatever the hell that is, wild turkey, white-tailed deer, swift foxes, pronghorn antelope, the Franklin's ground squirrel, and several other species of ground squirrels. Huh. All right.
Okay, greater prairie
I wonder, like,
chicken.
horses weren't brought over here, were they? Like, they did have horses prior to the Pilgrims and shit, right?
Oh, wow. I think. I think horses may have originated here in North America.
Oh, let's see. I mean, I'm seeing something here saying that Columbus brought them over. And
Okay.
then something about Cortez.
Horses originated in North America 35 to 56 million years ago. These terrier-sized mammals were adapted to forest life. Over millions of years, they increased in size and diversified. Horses got larger in size and underwent other changes to their feet and to their teeth to adapt to changing environments.
Oh, this is weird. I'm seeing something here says, what country did horses originate from? Horses originated from the United States and other countries in North America more than 50 million years ago. However, they went extinct on the continent about 10,000 years ago.
Oh, okay then.
That is wacky.
Yeah, and then I guess the horses that are here now are what, originally Arabian or something like that.
Hmm. Um,
It's amazing how recently they went extinct on the continent.
and it looks like, yeah, it was the explorers that reintroduced them to the continent. A bunch like escaped or something. And it says here it was on Christopher Columbus's second voyage that he brought Spanish horses to North America. And then, let's see, Cortez reintroduced them to the continental mainland rather than the Virgin Islands in 1519.
Moo.
So, yeah. Wacky, huh? I mean, because usually when you picture like a Western, a movie, you got the Native Americans and the cowboys all on horses, you know. And it wasn't until recently I started wondering, like, where did, like, did every continent have horses or what? Now I have my answer.
Okay then. Moo. Very, very moo.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at the chat.
Did everybody run away?
No, but they don't appear to have spoken for about 8 minutes.
Make it 9. Yeah. Yeah, Mage said a chicken can get a small amount of lift.
And, I kind of suspected as much. Although, if I remember right, what got thrown off of the edge there was a goose.
Oh, hack.
Hmm. It's funny because, like, a lot of species will have those wacky differences between, like, the male and the female. I mean, take the peacock and the peahen, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I've never actually just stopped and looked up a gander. Okay, so they're just a bit more gray. Got it. Although I don't believe it's true that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm fairly certain there are things neither of them want or like that the other one thinks is fine.
Well, it's not even that. What's sauce?
Okay.
What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Okay, never heard that. It's always been what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander.
Yeah, I don't know where it got changed, but as far as I understand it, the original is sauce.
I mean, that makes more sense, but this is the first time I've heard it.
Shinde.
Well, that's
okay,
weird.
where did the phrase come from? Is a modern form of a proverb recorded in John Ray's 1670, a complete collection of English proverbs. Ray was a prominent English naturalist and botanist who incorporated religious views into his works. Okay. Yes, dear.
Well,
What?
it's funny because on the Google thingy here with the related searches, I got gander Newfoundland, goose versus duck, and goose meaning in Hindi.
Oh.
I have no idea why anyone thought I would want to know how to say goose in Hindi, but apparently that's its own page.
Oh, jeez. What, it takes a page to say goose in Hindi?
No, I mean it's its own Google page, like just a big honkin' like search results for goose in Hindi.
Oh, my, oh, my.
There's something I haven't done in quite some time. I haven't goosed anyone in a while.
Oh, my. Is that a thing anymore?
I don't know. I haven't done it in a while. You see how that works?
Uh-huh.
I could do a lot of things, but I choose not to do that. People
Okay.
don't like it for some reason. They can get a bit snotty about it, actually.
Batak.
So allegedly it is batak.
Bartok?
No R. Batak.
What is?
Goose in Hindi.
Why do we even care?
So many ask me those things, and the only answer I have for questions like that is I don't know why, but I'm glad you do.
I don't know why she swallowed a fly. I guess she'll die. No? You don't know that song?
I don't know Tutiso.
The one about the old woman who swallowed a fly?
Is not too familiar to sounding to making.
Okay. Sure.
Now, how about a woman who swallowed a cat?
I don't know why she would ever do that.
What are you doing?
But I
Oh,
bet
I
she's
see what you're
fat.
doing.
I don't know. I'm just trying to complete the rhyme the way the original did.
somebody is sharpening her claws. Yeah, you. She's got 5 good years of use out of that cat cradle I got her. And it appears there are many more years in it.
Hmm. And if she keeps clawing at it, she'll get them out.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's starting to seem like we're out of things to talk about again.
I don't
Quick,
know.
be interesting.
You're telling me to be interesting?
Yeah, what was I thinking?
Oh, look! Von Rick
What?
is here.
Oh, hey, it's the Von Rick. How you
Hi,
doing?
honey. Saucy ganders. That's what I want to know.
What?
Where did the meaning come from in the sense of take a gander at?
Don't know. Do ganders look around a lot?
I don't know. Could be.
Oh.
Este. Let's see. Take a gander etymology. Take a gander meant to stretch your neck and see, as a long necked
Oh.
goose would. Okay.
Okay, makes sense. There was this awesome meme where it was talking about like a guy standing in a field looking at a sheep that's eating, and then its head starts to come up, and it keeps going up and keeps going up, and oh my god, what kind of mutant freaking sheep? Oh, it's an alpaca.
Okay.
And, I mean, you have to admit, if you're like standing behind it and you don't see that it's got a long neck, I imagine that would look very terrifying.
Oh my. Oh no.
What?
Atwater's prairie chickens have since disappeared from the site, whatever site that is, I'm not sure. In 2014, an estimated 260 birds remained, with about 100 living in the wild. Oh my. So that's another species we're destroying.
How do you know we're doing it?
Because we're doing pretty much all of it.
No. There are species that go extinct for reasons that have nothing to do with the shenanigans we're pulling all the time. Until I see some evidence of what's killing them, I don't want to hear any accusations.
Moo.
Let's see. I'm trying to find here. Oh, yeah. How many species go extinct every day? It says here we're now losing species at 1,000 to 10,000 times the background rate. I don't know what the hell the background rate is. But it says here, okay, the report estimates that dozens of species are going extinct every day, with as many as 30 to 50% of all species going extinct by 2050. Oh, dearie me. But that's not the question I was looking for. Extinction rates. Well, it's not the same thing as mass distinctions. Where's the other one here? Ah, well, they're only talking about mass distinction. Anyway, I saw some statistics somewhere that was saying that shit goes extinct all the time, and it's not necessarily us doing it. Oh, hey, Bee is here.
Oh! Hi, dear. Yay.
Now that I finally know who the heck you are when you're not just a username.
Tato
We've been,
Petrende.
we've been in a couple of streams together, and now I have more to identify you with than just that name.
Moo.
Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, is good. I think you're nifty, but prior to being in streams with you, I didn't know who the hell you were.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's funny because like so much of like so many communities overlap with each other, and sometimes there's a never the twain shall meet until they end up doing. But
Okay. Yeah.
like for a good long time, a lot of people like their worlds don't cross even though they're so close. It's weird. Like I mean the Seattle goth scene, there are people who I'm quite convinced would be really good friends if they'd ever actually met each other. But for some reason they were just not in the same subset of the goth scene even though they went to the same club, for crying out loud. They just somehow never met.
Okay.
I think that's very strange. And the same thing has happened online, only more so.
Okay then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. It's so weird. Like, it made me wonder who I didn't know. Was I some sort of accidental hub? Because I don't feel like one, but it seemed like the people I knew crossed lines in ways that a lot of other people didn't.
Well, Von Rick says he still don't know who he am.
Mm. I don't know. I feel like I know who I am. I just haven't found my place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, in its way, definitely.
Never really felt completely human. Like, I mean, I don't think I'm some weird ass species or something, but it's very common among adoptees to think, hey, what if my birth parents were from another planet, really? And I mean, I get it, you know? But it's also sort of a neurodivergent trait, too. Like one thing I was seeing was if you're the sort of person to say, well, my brain does fill in the blank, where it's like it's a separate entity from you, that's really common among neurodivergent people. And boy, have I been saying that before I knew what the hell neurodivergent was.
Hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'm still looking for my place. I don't know that it's necessarily on Earth, but I don't know where the else I would go. And let's face it, the cab fee is going to be pretty exorbitant.
There you go. I know my place. It's just I really can't get back there.
Okay.
Oh well, what are you gonna do, huh?
I don't know.
There's a
Uh,
there's a little island on the western end of Lake Erie where my heart will always be.
well, the closest I've found is Seattle in the summer, but that's like 2.5 weeks out of the year.
Hmm.
So, you know, man, the helicopters are out today. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I did hear that. I didn't know quite what that was.
Helicopter, Navy Town, you see.
Yes, yes.
So we sometimes get overflown for what seems like no reason whatsoever.
Okay. Do they strafe or no?
Well, they don't open fire, if that's what you mean.
Oh, darn it.
Well, what you gonna do? They know that the reprisal would be swift and total, so, you know. I mean, after all, I didn't install those orbital laser satellites for nothing.
Hmm. Uh, yay.
It's funny, like, I mean, we were talking before about accents, and I got to wondering exactly why it was that the southern accent makes a person sound like their IQ is in the room temperature range. Because it does. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even if someone is totally whip smart, the accent makes them sound like they've lost several IQ points. It's bizarre, but it does. I think part of it has to be that a lot of well, let's say Southern communication tends to come with really awful grammar.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
so there's that. But I think another part of it is just the drawl and the way everything comes out so slowly. It makes them sound like they're thinking slowly because they're talking slowly. Now, I've heard that Americans speak slower than anybody else, or maybe it's English speakers in general. I'm not sure. And I mean, it's kind of true. You listen to someone speaking Japanese, it comes out like 15 syllables a second, kind of thing. You know, and it's the true with a lot of other languages. But well, I mean, I'd like to think I speak English faster than most people. I mean, I may not be the micro machines man, but I do tend to keep the pace snappy. You know what I mean?
Okay then.
Yeah. But I think when you get someone who is speaking very slowly, like in the South, I think it tends to make people go, well, he who speaks slowest, or he who speaks last thinks slowest, or something, whatever the expression was.
Okay
So,
then.
and I mean, these are just like cultural stereotypes and perceptions. They don't necessarily, well, you don't necessarily see them borne out in reality. But we still tend to get that impression sometimes, don't we?
Hmm.
I mean, there's a reason the country bumpkin is a thing.
Yeah, okay.
Like, it's really easy to believe that someone is uneducated because of their accent. I knew this one chick, MJ in Seattle, like completely smart, but because she was from Alabama, she sounded like she wasn't.
Yeah, and that, I guess, has got that whole cultural reference thing going. Yeah, who thinks who is smart.
But I mean, I don't exactly know why we think some people are smart or aren't. Um, I mean, someone could be completely articulate and a complete dumbass. I mean, I've known plenty of people who put on a decent affect, but it turns out that they're like completely ivory tower sorts whose like nonsense that they spew doesn't work out when the rubber meets the road.
Okay.
I mean, do you remember that guy? I think his name was Tim Hull that I was arguing with for a while, and we did one video stream together.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
he was from One Minute Apologist. They're kind of a little bit affiliated with Frank Turek. And I mean, the guy is really well educated, but he's just so stunningly full of shit. And so it's like he puts on a lot of affect. He does do the ivory tower thing really well. But, when I point out to him, yeah, but here's how that doesn't work in reality, it seemed to fall on deaf ears.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Of course, he's got his reasons for wanting to believe what he believes, and
Yeah.
that's a lot of position holding. Is that you want to believe that you want to hold that position, and that's why it's so difficult to um, jar the extremely religious loose. The religious extremists.
Well, but the thing is, there's a lot of things I want a lot that don't exist in reality, but I'm willing to admit that they don't exist in reality no matter how much I want them.
Mm-hmm. And I.
Where you get the religious people. Now, I wonder how much of it is want and how much of it is fear, how much of it is carrot and how much is stick.
Chanto, yeah, yeah. And then the other one is possibly need, where in some cases they may get their groceries from holding the positions they hold. They may get the power from the positions they hold. They may get their identity from the positions they hold.
Well,
Um,
I don't know. I don't know. It's a maybe, but I don't know. I can't imagine holding on to unreality, insisting all the while it's real. like that. Especially to the degree of we might actually decide to lynch you if you don't believe the same things as we do. And I'm like, man, you guys are taking your fandom just a little too far.
Yeah, and this is where I get into the need versus want. Um, excuse me. Getting into the lynch you if you don't believe as we do. Well, that's a power move.
Well, is it necessarily? Because that would require them to be more self aware than I think they are. I think that if it was a power move, they'd have to know it's bullshit. But if they think it's genuine, if they really think it's real, then I mean, because there are people out there who say, "Have you heard the good news?" and really mean it. There are people out there who really think they're saving people
Yeah, yeah,
rather
and that's
than
so
grifting them.
unfortunate. Yeah,
So I mean, you can't necessarily just say, "Oh, well, whatever the hell you said before." My memory is gone and I'm stoned. But I mean, the point is that it's one of those situations, the whole don't attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity kind of things.
okay, yeah.
I think we're in that kind of territory. I think some of these people are just that dumb, like they're dumb enough to believe it.
And, well, there I'm going to say is a motivation behind the uh, religious rights attempt to destroy the public education system here.
Yeah, education is definitely the enemy of belief.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they've taken it to such degrees that it's insane. I mean, they want to pass laws forcing us to learn things their way. Now, of course, they see it like, well, you're going to teach evolution in school, and it's like, well, yeah, but we're not. There's no denomination to it. There's no like you're not joining Team Evolution if we show you physical data. Like there seems to be that disconnect in their head where they think evolution is an ideology. They call us evolutionists.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
somehow it just, I mean,
Well, the feeling I
you
get,
can't reason with these people because they
right.
love sticking words in your mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and they will not accept clarification. They've already tried and convicted you in their minds. Everything's over, but the telling everyone else about it.
Mm-hmm. And to these people, the impression I get is to many of them anyway, everything is an ideology. They don't see empiricism.
Yeah, but I mean, true. The number of times I've said, look, not everyone has this God shaped hole in their hearts that needs to be filled with something. Because like you get those people who will say, oh, you don't believe in God, but you love fill in the blank so much. Well, that's your religion.
Yeah,
Like somehow everybody has to have a religion, even if
right,
it's 100% secular and doesn't involve the supernatural in any fashion.
right.
Well, that's still your religion. A fandom is a religion. It's so much bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and I guess that's the way their mental processes were formed. From zero to wherever they are in the age bracket now, and
Well, that's another thing. I still don't know if nature or nurture is more important when it comes to that sort of thing. Because there may be some people who are just naturally credulous or just naturally hard headed. There are some people who weren't raised with religion or raised with very little religion who became fucking zealots later in life.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. And how do you test for something like that? Because the people who were not raised for with religion and then became zealots, perhaps they were not taught critical thinking.
Okay,
that
but
sort
then
of
you'll
thing.
also get the people who were raised like uber religious who become physicists.
Yeah, yeah, that too.
So I mean, again, like whether you were taught critical thinking or not, you might still want it. So
Yeah.
again, nature versus nurture. I don't know what's what. I mean, like they've done studies with identical twins, like full on genetically identical twins, but like one's gay and liberal and the other's conservative and straight,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I mean, even then, it would suggest something happened during nurture, but they were both nurtured the same way too.
Yeah. So you look for that trigger, and it's so hard to identify. I mean, you've got to know essentially the entire life history of these people, and I mean, it's down to what they had for breakfast on Thursday, the 19th of August, um, and that's very, very difficult to track.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like I've often wondered how much the environment in the womb matters, how much genetics matters, all of that stuff. But it's way the hell over my pay grade. So I don't know. I've even thought about that Creatura game
Yes.
where
Yeah.
it's supposed to be like an evolution simulator. I've wondered assuming that doing all of the 3D art was not an issue, I wonder what I could do with an evolution simulator. And I've tried to like look into how genetics work versus like the environment in the womb and all of that stuff. And like I know that genetics are not literally a program the way some people want to characterize it and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's very I don't know how I would even do a simplified genetics for a video game.
Oh man, I mean, I could imagine doing the genetics that I learned in junior high school. That might not be that difficult because that was a program basically. You had dominant genes and recessive genes, and that's pretty much all there
Well,
was.
but I mean, I
But
get dominant and recessive. The problem is that it's not a straight one to one, like change this gene, you change the color of their hair kind of nonsense. It's like a lot of the genes work in concert, and some
right,
genes work with other genes that other parts of the same gene don't work with, and all kinds of weird bull nonsense like that. And
yeah, and
I
that's what
mean,
we've been discovering recently. Yeah.
well, but that's the thing is like if I wanted to do a sort of genetics video game, I would have to figure out even if it's not a real system, even if it's one I make up, one where it's not just a straight up one to one change this gene, get this effect kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I really honestly don't know how that works. Like I know the big print, easy reader version of it.
And
Like they talk to us about like the genes for eyes and eye color and stuff. But it's not just eye color, is it? But like even if you have the genes for like you get brown and blue, but brown is dominant and this, that, and the other thing, so you're more likely to get brown eyes. But then there's other factors that could contribute. That's not just that one gene. It's I don't know.
yeah. Oh, where was
and
it
then
that
how
I?
to and then how to even handle actual evolution where it's like okay there's a mutation and now there's another set of genes like attached onto this one. What does that do? How does adding like two more why the fuck can't I think of the codons or whatever, why would adding that, or how would that adding another set change what happens to this creature?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know any of that stuff. So trying to make a video game out of it seems like just an exercise in time wasting. Like I could make it look really pretty and it would be really shitty. I
Oh
don't know.
my, yeah, I don't know. Where was it that I was reading or watching? I forget which, but I mean, just recently, in the last couple of years, it's been determined that just as you were saying, eye color is a lot more complicated than anyone ever thought it was. As in, what is it, polygenetic or something, determination of, you don't have one gene for a property of eye color. You've got many working in concert and shit like that and everything. Um,
which makes so much more sense, frankly.
uh huh.
I mean, humans don't have drop down menus. Humans don't have a built in character creator like an RPG does.
That's true.
Although it would be kind of interesting if the real world had been programmed by Bethesda. The people who made the Fallout series and Skyrim and all of those, the Elder Scrolls.
Oh, moo.
You know, those video games you play all the time.
Yeah, huh?
But I mean, they usually start with a fairly detailed character creator. So, to the point where you can actually change the underlying bone structure underneath the eyebrows or some shit. I mean, like really fucking detailed. And so, well, clearly, a number of people in this world, if it was indeed designed by Bethesda, they just mashed on their keyboard and mouse and then hit done when they selected their character profile.
Okay, then.
Well, you remember when I was playing around with the Cyberpunk character creator, and I was trying to make like Sideshow Bob and all those other guys,
Yeah,
like trying
huh?
to recreate. Well, that compared to a Bethesda game was a bare bones, like nothing character creator. It gave you a couple dozen presets, and that's about it. Whereas, like you can adjust nostril width if you want to in a Bethesda game. You like it's even more detailed than The Sims.
Alrighty. Okay, then.
So, I mean, yeah. If this world was what gave us a character creator like that, clearly some people were checking the wrong boxes.
Hmm.
Yeah, mates, they just used the randomizer. Because those things also have randomizers. You can tell it, okay, give me something. It'll change everything, every attribute from chin shape to skin color. It'll give you a completely heretofore unseen character with the randomizer, and they usually end up looking quite ridiculous.
Oh, yay.
Oops, damn, that was not intentional.
You went boof.
Well, I was moving my hand from the arm of the chair to the keyboard, and strangely enough, the microphone jumped in front and bravely sacrificed its life for the sake of the keyboard. I don't know.
There is
Or
you
maybe for
is.
the sake of all of you who don't necessarily need to hear me typing. I don't know.
Oh, my. Oh, what do
Mm.
we have here? We're just looking at some of this stuff over here. No, nothing.
And I wonder, maybe I should have waited to pull that trigger on the whole telling my parents to fuck off thing until the property taxes had been paid for 2020. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a little underhanded, but god damn it,
I know, I know.
it's like
Absolutely.
$1,800, and I have that, but I don't know. Oh well.
I don't know. Well, one thing, if you don't mind my saying, maybe is there a way for you to check to see whether it's being paid before you pay it? Maybe
Oh
maybe they're paying it
no,
anyway.
no, no! I know for a fact it's not being paid anyway. It was explicitly stated.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was in no uncertain terms made clear that it's now my responsibility.
Alrighty.
And I mean, I guess fair enough. They have supported me for a long, long time, but still, I mean, it does seem a little bit, I don't know, spiteful maybe.
Well, I suppose so. I mean, this sounds a bit acrimonious here.
This is what I'm getting at. But I mean, they'll never acknowledge any of what was their fault, I'm sure of it.
Okay then.
Yeah. But I mean, I only mention it because, like, I should probably go food shopping later tonight. And I mean, funds aren't tight yet, but I'm going to have to start reconsidering some of the things I've been buying. Like, I may have to stop buying orange juice again.
Wow, you buy that much orange juice?
You should see how much beverage I go through in a day.
Wow. Okay.
Like seriously, I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me and I'm dehydrated. Maybe it's just all the weed. But I could probably drink like an entire Florida harvest in an afternoon.
A moo. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Although, since, again, tightening the belt a little, I'll be quitting weed and Red Bull for that matter, which means I'll be dehydrated less, which means that maybe I'll be drinking less fluids. So, silver lining.
I don't know. Just.
But I do have to go shopping today because I'm down to like pasta and tang.
Just. I don't
So,
know. Strikes a chord somehow.
what?
Oh, the whole scenario that you've got going over there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They probably figure I'll be wimping out and come crawling back, but that's just the way abusive relationships work, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
So I'm gonna have to defy their expectations and do my best to make it on my own. It is good that I'm on the lease of this place, because if I had to find a way to actually make rent, I couldn't do it. Not possible. I mean, on minimum wage, people can't make rent, and with YouTube, I've always been making less than minimum wage. And it was only because I wasn't paying rent or medical expenses that I could afford to, well, just fucking live, right? Now the HOA dues are about 300 a month.
Wow.
Um, which is so much less than rent will ever be. And since I don't have to pay for the place, essentially I'm living here for $300, except for that 1,800 for the property taxes every year. So, I
So
mean,
say 450. Yeah, the HOA plus the amortization of the property taxes. That's.
yeah, but that's pretty much going to be like due all in one lump sum.
Oh, right. Um, I mean, this is the where I finally managed to get onto a position where I was putting away the well in the business they're called rent. The 1800 for example would amortize to 150 a month, so you put away 150 every month until you have to pay the whole lump sum. I finally got to that point, and then we're going to see what happens now. Yay! All right.
Well,
Well, one good
the
thing.
the truth is that I can probably make ends meet on 4 YouTube videos a month, assuming I don't lose patrons.
Yeah, and that's an assumption that is going to have to be tested.
Well, I'm hoping, because what I'm about to do will be more mainstream, that I'll actually see my numbers jump. Because let's face it, animation for the purposes of comedy has broader appeal than debunking religion does.
Yeah, that is the truth. Yes, it is.
And, it may well be that someone will look at head meats and decide that it's, kitschy and cute and spread it around a bit and it could all snowball. Or I could easily faceplant. I don't know which it's going to be. And
Good.
I'm sincerely hoping that when I can get at least a trailer out there for Quinn Redshift, if not the whole thing, and I can start posting stuff to, like, some of the sci-fi Facebook groups I'm on, and maybe begging all of you to spread it around. Or hell, maybe even paying one of those services that auto promotes your shit. I don't know. But it may snowball into something to where I'm making money hand over fist. I don't know.
Oh, that would be nice.
It would. I mean, I'd like to believe that I have the kind of personality and screen presence that can translate into a certain amount of internet notoriety and even perhaps fame. And doing it with animation, again, you don't have to look at my off-putting face, but also you don't necessarily have to hear like some of my weird opinions and stuff. It's all just there for comedy. I think that could be a moneymaker on YouTube. Not the kind you shake, though.
Mm.
Yeah, okay, Mage, yeah, videos where people talk about things that happen in their life and animated. I could probably do that. The only problem is that the setup time is huge. That's one of the reasons why Head Meets was a good idea, I felt, was because it's just that one character against a blank like wall, a blank white wall. And she's just sort of talking, you know? Um I suppose I could do bunches of things like that while I prepare bigger projects. That was originally the idea with Quinn Redshift, but I felt I had to concentrate on Quinn, or I'd start to like drift because I know me and my brain, and if I leave something for too long, chances are good I won't come back to it. But right now, needs are what are driving me rather than wants. So I mean, I know I can cover a lot of different things. I don't just have to do Head Meets and Quinn. It's just there is a lot of setup, and I'm not Pixar. So I need something that pays the bills while I work on art,
Yeah.
you know? This is one of the reasons why I insist we need UBI, is because if you've got someone like me who's putting out content, and sometimes it's a matter of finishing it before you can show anything, no longer will we be told, oh, take this job for free, think of the exposure. you know this is why we need UBI, is so people can pursue this kind of thing and not be dependent on anybody that they can't count on.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, I could go off on a big long rant about that one. But what I do know is that I'm going to have to start looking more into the like ramen diet at this point. I'm not looking forward to it. And of course, weed is going to be a thing of the past as soon as I finish this cartridge.
Uh-huh.
But then again, who knows? I mean, I'm not really sure. I'd have to add up all of my monthly expenses, but one gets the impression. I mean, I was living on about $1,000 a month from just YouTube, or rather, just from Patreon, and that was with my atheism videos, and I was making about 4 or 5 a month. And I mean, I think I could make a go of it on $1,000 a month. I'm not sure. Plus, that's also never minding the ad revenue from YouTube, which is, let's face it, a pittance. If I get $100 a month, it was a damn good month.
Okay.
Trying to think, do I get revenue from anywhere else? Well, Manda was talking about I should start putting out merch, and she's right, but I'm still shell shocked from the first time I tried to put out merch, and the entire atheist community gave me a mountain of shit for it.
Yeah, isn't it great the way they do that?
Yeah. I'm like, and now everyone has a merch store, and have I seen an apology? Fuck no.
Mm-hmm.
And if I start putting out merch again, will people even buy it? I don't know.
It depends on what you put out, I suppose.
Well, I figure I can put out some Head Meets stuff if I wanted to, and I could definitely put out some Quinn stuff, I guess. I don't know, but I'd have to finish Quinn before I put out any Quinn swag. And let's face it, I should do more than one episode of Head Meets before I put out any Head Meets swag. So, I mean, I have some time to pull the trigger on those. And this is even assuming anyone will buy any of my shit. And given how little I get, like a $15 after taxes t-shirt at Zazzle got me about $1.30 in profits. So unless everybody who watches my videos buys like a t-shirt every month, is swag even worth it?
Yeah, it's you have to wonder about that, and then you have
you
to wonder
know,
about the setup costs and everything.
Well, there's no real setup costs on places like Teespring and Zazzle.
Oh,
I mean, I
okay.
guess part of why they get the lion's share of the profits is that they do all the printing and shipping and everything for you. You just provide the design and send people to their store. So, but still, it seems to me like I should get more than $1.30 for a T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking I should get at least 5 smackers for that. It's a third of the profits, or rather, a third of what is being spent by the person, by the customer. How much can a T-shirt and printing really cost? Like how much are they sharing out to me? What is their percentage of the profit?
Yeah, that I do know to knowing.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I like about Patreon is they recognize that they are nothing without the content creators.
Oh, Mage says he still needs to replace his "Don't Run on Automatic" shirt.
Oh. Well, I'm pretty sure the Zazzle store is still up. I haven't checked it in a very, very, very long time. So, I mean, that is still available. I've thought about moving to Teespring because most people are using that these days. But I don't know. I don't know. Little difficult at times to not give in to fear. First time I've been on my own quite this much.
Uh huh.
I mean, I think I can make a go of it, but until I actually start doing, it's still scary.
Yeah, I get it.
On Zazzle, they reduce your exposure. Oh,
What?
yeah. I'm gonna. Well, and what Mage is saying there, I up my percentage, so I get about $5 per shirt, but that makes the product more expensive. Yeah, one of the things like I was doing a lot of is worrying less and less and less about how much money I get and more and more and more about whether my videos are fun to watch. And that included a lot of like leaving off certain types of ads or not milking people for too much money, being willing to make the lowest amount I can in the name of making it easier for my subscribers and supporters to subscribe and support me.
Uh huh.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, 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 yeah.
so I've almost certainly got the Zazzle store set to the lowest amount of profit, but even so, like t-shirts are still about 15, $16, and I'm making $1.30 on that. It's a tightrope. It's a balancing act. It's how much am I willing to fleece my subscribers without feeling like I'm fleecing them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep.
And I mean that's been my philosophy since I started this is product over profit, patrons over personal growth or whatever. I don't know how to put it, but the point was I was willing to sacrifice more of my revenue to make sure everyone else's experience was better. But now I'm in a place where I might need to start rethinking that. So
Okay, Mage says if you mark up too high, they won't feature you on the Zazzle storefront. Okay.
Oh, but my product, whatever my category is so niche that unless you got there from my YouTube page, you probably weren't going to find my stuff anyway. Like, I can't imagine anyone going to Zazzle and going, oh my gosh, Bionic Dance swag. You know, it just doesn't make sense. They'd have to click on a link on one of my videos, you know?
Hmm.
So
Oh my.
I don't know. I'm seriously thinking if I'm going to do this, I'm going to switch to Teespring because they seem to be better somehow.
Okay. I do not know about these things, so you're a better judge than I am.
Well, anyway, I do need to find ways to make more money because, well, times are going to get tight a bit.
It's frightening.
I don't know. I do suspect I'll be okay in the end, but at least I still have a bit of a cushion.
Okay then, yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it's stupid to tell people your bank balance on the air, but I have more than 4K in the bank last I checked. Yeah, quite a bit more, in fact.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, I'd have to do the math, but even if I didn't start making YouTube videos right now or starting next month or whatever, I think I might be able to survive through the whole year. Let me see. So, um, that's August, November, or sorry, September, October, November, December. Uh, what the hell was I adding up? Oh, duh. Kate, you moron. All right. Wait. Yes, I should be able to. It would take almost everything, but I should be able to survive it. Actually, it would leave me with a decent amount of money if I didn't start paying anything. I mean, not a lot, but more than $1,000. I should be fine. Okay, I'm not as worried now. Because I can survive through the rest of the year, and that gives me plenty of time to plan. I'll start putting out videos now to stay ahead of it all.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
and then I'll have like a whole year to build up enough to be able to pay the property taxes again, and I should be okay. All right, I'm feeling less doom and gloom right now. I mean, we'll have to take a couple of months and see what happens to my balance if I stop buying quite so much weed and Red Bull, but
There you
you know,
go.
and like I am a little bit regretting starting that art project now because it's probably gonna in the end cost me around $350 to finish it, but you know, I didn't know this was coming, so
Yes, that's how it works all the time.
we don't want you stretching yourself. That's what you need a yoga instructor for. Yeah, I hate yoga. I cannot sit seiza, cannot do it. My knees lock up at a certain place, and so do my ankles. And trying to sit back on my heels, even if I've got my toes up and so my heels are up, is absolute agony. I just can't do it. And it seems like I've never been able to sit cross-legged either. It's like my hips hit a certain barrier, and now my femurs won't go any further outward.
Moo.
I don't know if I've just got like I don't know, maybe there's calcium deposits around the joints or my tendons are wound too tight or something, but hmm. Well, maybe this year I'll actually tell people when my birthday is. It's shameless, but
There you go.
I don't know. I mean, I hate my birthday. I have for years.
I wish I could remember what it was that I saw just recently, within the last day or two, that occurred on the 15th of December.
Don Johnson's birthday,
Don Johnson's
Alexandra
birthday.
Tiding's birthday. Wait, don't even tell me you don't know who Don Johnson is.
The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Oh my gosh, he was Sonny Crockett on frickin' Miami Vice.
Okay, okay. I thought I had heard that name somewhere.
Ugh. Oh, wow. Alexandra Tidings, you probably wouldn't know. She played Aphrodite on Xena and Hercules.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Tayo korostu.
So there's that. I don't know. Hmm.
Oh
Okay, yeah. I did indeed feed the cats. I remember now. So, it's weird. Like, I was seeing one of those Frito-Lay workers who had had some sort of slip disc problem. And apparently, I didn't know you could do this. They actually removed like two of the discs in his spine.
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend this procedure. It seemed like he could no longer hold his head up without a contraption, but
Right, right.
apparently it's doable.
Yeah, you can fuse the vertebrae.
Well, it seems like that would make it easier to hold his head up, but this dude was totally in a brace.
Yeah, not my idea of a good time.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I've got enough breaking as it is. I don't need any more crap like that.
hmm. It's funny. They say that the best revenge is living well and that the revenge is best served cold. Personally, I don't buy the best served cold part. And half the time, living well seems like it would only work if somebody noticed. Like the best revenge is people noticing you living well, the people that wronged you noticing that they did not have the intended effect. Um, but if they're not there to see you doing well despite their machinations, then, well, it doesn't really work out, does it? And so what I'm seriously hoping now that Quinn Redshift goes viral, gets picked up by Hollywood somewhere, and I become a kick ass director or at least a screenwriter or something that everyone knows. And then my parents have to stop and go, oops,
Hmm.
you know?
I like the sound of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to throw water on your fire or anything, but I had that dream until I found out how much it cost to run a campaign for the U.S. Senate.
Okay, but this is a little different. I'm making artwork at home,
Mm-hmm.
and it's costing me nothing but electricity and possibly to pay someone for some custom music. But other than that,
There you go.
Mage, I do watch secular talk, but I don't know why you bring it up. Did I say something that was similar to Kyle?
A lot earlier in the show, you mentioned his name, if I remember correctly, but I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, but that was like an hour ago, maybe
Yeah,
two.
a couple. Because we've been at this for, what, 3.5 hours?
Anyway, if I had to choose, I'd rather watch Jimmy Dore than Kyle.
Okay.
I like Jimmy Dore. I mean, there are a lot of times where I think he goes way too far. Like I mean, there are times where I can see why people call him the Rush Limbaugh of the left, but he does make some damn good points. And when he's wrong, I'll mention it in his comment section. A lot of the time when he's wrong about Bernie. Like, because he thinks he knows Bernie's motivations about certain things, and I guarantee he doesn't. I lived, one town south of where Bernie was mayor for ages, and what Jimmy is attributing to incompetence is actually Bernie just trying to be a nice guy. Which, granted, in Washington translates to incompetence, but it's not that he doesn't know how to do his job or isn't willing to. It's just he hasn't gotten with the times where now you have to go for the jugular and play dirty, and he didn't want to. Like, when Bernie kept saying, "Oh, my friend Joe, and Joe would
Yeah.
be a great president." What was obvious to me, too, as a Vermonter, was that Bernie was basically trying to not poison the well against Biden by trashing him during the primary. So if Biden won the primary, people would still vote for him after it. So that's why Bernie was basically taking a no smear technique, no smear tactic.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. I mean, let's face it, Kamala Harris was smeared left and right, and frankly, deservedly so, and she's now the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all you have to do is point out the bullshit she did on crime, and point out that she may be a person of color, but she put a lot more people of color in prison than like previous administrations, kind of thing. Previous people who had held her post in California.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you could have smeared the hell out of Joe. No one would remember in the general what Bernie had said about Joe Biden in the primary. It wasn't going to happen. So, I mean, like, I think Jimmy is wrong about Bernie's, like, the inner workings of Bernie's mind. But when it comes to things like, say, force the vote for Medicare for all, Jimmy was spot on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he was saying, yeah, like AOC, the squad, hold Nancy Pelosi's feet to the fire. Tell her we're going to challenge your speakership if you don't fall in line on Medicare for all. And like, they could have held up her speakership. They could have done it. They could have pulled the trigger on that. They could have shot the metaphorical hostage. But instead, they didn't even try. They didn't even bother to try to force the vote. And the worst part is AOC, she said right in like interviews, she was saying it'd be better to be a one-term politician and get stuff done than to get into entrenched power. And it would be best to have a vote, even if just to get people on the record as being against it, so that history will condemn them for it and make them embarrassed, make them pay a price for voting no, kind of thing. And then once she's elected, that tactic goes completely out the window. And Jimmy was 100% right about saying force the vote, and the fact that they wouldn't fucking do it. And that basically makes them complicit with everything Pelosi tries to do, if nothing else. So, and the fact that not only do we not have Medicare for all, but now, like, the people that we know who to primary, but we don't have it on the record. We don't have a no vote on the record for these people, and we should.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is one of the many reasons I listen to Jimmy Dore, because he does make a lot of sense, even though sometimes his rhetoric gets a little bit over the top.
A moo.
Mage, actually, the guy with the slip disc, that was on Breaking Points where I saw it. Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. The show they do after they left The Hill. They stopped doing Rising because apparently The Hill fucked them over in some fashion. I'm not sure what the details are. So they went and started their own show and immediately started to ratio everything on The Hill, including the people that started doing Rising in their place, who, let's face it, were fucking terrible. Like I didn't watch the new Rising more than a week, but like Emily, her right wing opinions were disgusting, and Ryan was a complete sleeping pill. I understand they've switched hosts since, but oh my gosh,
Okay, then.
you don't watch the news, do you?
Um, I'm not a news junkie as far as that goes.
Well, ever since I stopped watching atheist videos, I needed something to fill the void. And honestly, I'm not really sure what to look for, but I was already subscribed to a bunch of news programs and they led me to other ones. So I've kind of been watching a lot of the news.
I should do more of that. I really should.
Well, I highly recommend Breaking Points. It's a lot of fun, even if sometimes Saga is a complete schmuck. I would definitely recommend the Jimmy Dore show. And I mean, I think you already watch Secular Talk, don't you?
Yeah,
So, I mean, those
not
are the
every
three
day,
that come
but
immediately. Well, those are the three that come immediately to mind.
okay then.
And yeah, I mean, Breaking Points is pretty good. They like now that they're unencumbered by all the rules that the Hill was trying to impose, it's even a better show. The only thing I don't like about it, which for some reason everyone else seems to love, is the new set. I liked the more sort of like corporate news look that they had when they were on the Hill. Now it just looks like they're in some brick coffee shop. But apparently everyone but me loves the brick. Pff, whatevs.
Tayo Korostu.
I mean, it's obviously not a deal breaker. I'm still watching the show, but I do think it's hilarious. Like all of a sudden, the subscriber numbers of The Hill went down just precipitously while theirs skyrocketed. Like after a week, they were almost back to their original subscriber numbers or something, and their show's viewer numbers were up. It was crazy pants. Just like clearly, Rising was the only thing The Hill had going for it. And they mistreated the hosts and they left and just immediately started succeeding upward.
Hmm.
And I mean, like Sagar can be okay, but sometimes he'll come out with these right wing opinions where I'm just like, oh, you cause me pain, sir.
Hmm.
But most of the time, I agree with Crystal. Most of the time, there are times where even I'm like, oh, why would you say that? But I mean, it's good at least that I can look at these pundits and judge what they say without immediately saying they're fucking right no matter what. Because let's face it, how many people looked at Rush Limbaugh and said, "Oh, this guy, everything he said is his gospel," you know?
Mm-hmm. I
But
could think of one who said that.
I mean, hell, like look at most of the comments I leave on Secular Talk. I almost never leave one when I agree, and when I don't agree, it's well, I won't say blistering, but I don't hold back either.
Okay, Moo.
It's largely unfiltered snark when I think Kyle got something wrong. Oh, yeah, I let him have it. But, you know, like maybe I leave a comment a week, so he gets it right a lot. Also, I love saying instead of a. To emphasize it, comment a week like that is just so much better than a comment. I don't know. I like it better.
Okay then.
And yes, I realize I'm overthinking it.
Yes. But that's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've considered the issue of overthinking something, and I laid out a big chart, a flow chart to decide whether or not something is being overthought. And I actually rated every thought I've had on a point scale for like a month to figure out whether I was overthinking things. And I analyzed each thought with, like, basically the help of some researchers at Harvard who knew a bit about neurology, a bit more than I did, you see. And we started to really work out the science of overthinking. And it seems like the results say that this study was way overthought and that this joke really didn't like last past the first sentence or so.
Mm-hmm. He says he thinks he'll go subscribe to Breaking Point. Well, I just subscripticated to them. So
Well,
I'll
now
do
they
some.
totally owe me like a dime or two in revenue for sending people to them.
Yeah, a little finder's fee.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if it worked like that?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Then again, people have recommended my channel and I don't want to be broke. So,
A moo.
but yeah, I definitely recommend Breaking Points. Fair warning, also, like as much as I'm into sci fi, I don't really believe in UFOs, but Sagar's obsessed with them.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, more on like a hobbyist level. I'm not sure how much he believes anything, but he like if there's a segment to be made about UFOs, it will be made.
Okay, but okay, what I want to know is, are the aliens saved?
Well, no one said they're aliens. They're just UFOs at this point.
Okay.
Also, I have no idea. Like, I'm sure Sagar must be religious if he's a conservative like that, but I don't know what he's into. I mean, it would be really easy to just take the easy and let's face it, slightly racist path and say he's like Hindu or some shit. I think he said he's from India. Um, but then again, conservative, and that makes it more likely Christian. And there are definitely like, I mean, hell, look at Dinesh D'Souza. You know what I mean?
My lord.
So I don't know. Hell, for all I know, dude's an atheist. I honestly don't know. But given that he's totally into UFOs, it's clear that he at least has the door open to some woo. You know? So I don't know what his beliefs are. I also don't know about Crystal either. But it's weird. Every now and then, the fact that part of her is a little bit Southern comes out to play in unexpected ways. I'm not sure how else to describe it. You have to watch it to see it. But once you see and you hear her mentioning that she's like from Kentucky and that she lives in Georgia and stuff, all of a sudden things start to come out every now and then where if she hadn't said where she was from, they'd be much more confusing.
Okay then, move beef.
Little cultural things, you know. Sometimes it's a way of talking, sometimes it's a way she's raising her kids, sometimes it's a reference to food. I don't know, but every now and then something comes out where you're like, wait a minute. I don't know. Is that weird?
If it is, it's okay.
Also, and I know this is kind of strange, like, what would you call it if someone isn't so much racist as they are against a culture that exists within a race? Like, you know, kind of like where I'm not the biggest fan of French Canadians, but I like the rest of Canada.
Oh, okay.
Is that are you a regionalist? Because you're not a racist. Is it an areaist, a placist, a populationist, a citizenryist? Like, what is it when you're not against people because of an essential trait, but rather because of a nationality? You know, like, I mean,
Yeah,
look at
okay.
the United States. We're kind of a melting pot. You know, if you're against Americans, you're not. I mean, oh, I don't know. Because you're not against white people if you're against Americans. You're not against black people, Hispanics, Asians, anything. You're just against the United States culture. But even within that, there's so many different cultures within the United States. So if you're saying you're not a fan of the United States, what are you even saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier in other countries where it's more like, you know, where it's less culturally diverse, less racially diverse. You know, it's easier, like you could much more easily say that someone is racist if they're against, I don't know, Norwegians.
Yeah, there
You know?
go. There you go.
Or just Scandinavians in general. But I mean, if you say I really can't stand Oslo or something, you know, to hell with Reykjavik, Stockholm sucks, you know, that kind of thing. And it's all about the people who live there and the way they behave, the way you don't like people with their stillers. you know?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're not you're not against a race, but what are you really against? It's people from a certain region who behave a certain way consistently. Maybe you just call it prejudice. I don't know.
I don't know. Classist?
Nah, because it's not necessarily class. I mean, someone could be from French Canada, from Quebec, and be a rich fucker, and I still won't like him.
Hmm.
You know?
No, Mage, we're not necessarily losing Diana. Um, oh my.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, something broke.
Yes and no. Something broke in a way that might be fixable.
Yeah, the fixable part sounds good.
Yeah, unless it wanted to breed.
Mm.
Okay, it looks fixed.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, program I was using crashed and it didn't let me save anything before the crash. And then, well, but I found my place again. And so it's good. It's all good.
Yeah, that's kind of why I sometimes like the autosave stuff. And then there are other times I don't like the autosave stuff because if you break something and don't realize it, you've broken it for a while, and then it autosaves the broken thing, it can be pain in the arse to get back to something that works right.
Well, that's one of the things I like about 3ds Max. When it autosaves to a backup file. It does not autosave the file I'm working on. There's a separate folder specifically for backups, and it will save well, I can set the number, but I've got it set to up to 3 backups. So every half hour it will save, and it will save it to like the next backup or the most whatever. The point is that like the next subsequent one compared to the last one that saved is what I'm saying. And it that way if I have to roll back to something, I have a couple of hours worth to roll back to,
Okay, then.
and multiple versions of something I can roll back to, plus what I'm already working on. So I can save what I'm working on that may appear to be broken, and then go load up some of those backups. And if I might even just have to strip some parts out of it to put back into the thing that seems to be broken, and that'll fix it. Because you can merge 2 different files together, kind of thing. And it's 3ds Max handles that thing fairly well. The oops I fucked up problems fairly well.
Yeah, that's something I like about CVS, but the problem with that is um, it was designed with text files in mind, and it really doesn't apply well to other things.
Please expand that acronym for me.
Oh, concurrent version system.
Yeah, see, CVS is also a pharmacy.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a
that's right.
drugstore.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I tried setting up CVS for something that was not text files. I forget what it was, but it did not work well at all.
I've had problems sometimes where I'll type something in one like text program or whatever, and then I'll try to copy paste it, not realizing that it's all kinds of like rich text format.
Oh, okay then.
So and maybe there is and maybe there isn't the option to paste as plain text.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my browser always has that, but not necessarily my word processor.
That was one thing I was kind of hoping I could do was work with a word processor here and in the recliner. but unfortunately, I don't seem to be able to get uh, through the firewall at the dialysis center to get to Google Cloud or whatever the hell that's called.
So what are you able to access?
Um, I can go to Twitter. I can go to YouTube.
But not
Websites.
Google?
But the Google Cloud or whatever they call that thing. There's a name for it, and I forget what it is. I
Sure.
can't get to that.
Well, what are you trying to do specifically?
I'm trying to work on a text file on my laptop, and then upload it to that cloud, such that when I get home, I can download it to the desktop,
Yeah,
and
that's not how this is supposed to work. That's like so many extra steps. If you're going to work on it, you should work on it on the cloud instead of like downloading a copy and uploading a copy and doing that constantly. Just work on it on the cloud because they have the word processing systems that you'll need to do it there. You don't even need a separate program. It's built right into the site.
okay then.
Docs.google.com. If you want to do some writing, you do it there. It's really simple, easy, painless, and free.
Shut up, Eliki.
Just save it right there on the web. It'll be available to you wherever you have the web available to you. I mean, hell, that's where the script to Quinn Redshift is.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I wanted to share it to one of my actors so we could work on lines, that was how we did it. Was I would send them the link to that text file on Google. It's that easy.
Okay. Oh my, oh my, oh
I
my.
mean, I admit there are times I'm not entirely certain about some of the settings, just because, like, if I want to share it to someone, I'm not sure how much editing power they have. And it's never very clear, even in the place where you set all of that, what exactly you've done.
Okay.
So that sometimes leaves me a little trepidatious. But then again, someone would, like, number one, have to want to hack my account, but number two, give a damn about the script to Quinn Redshift enough to fuck with it. I don't buy it that someone's going to be doing that. Not unless someone here in this stream takes it as a challenge, and if you do, I'll find you. But
Mm.
point being that it's well, it's easy.
Oh, okay. I found the name I was looking for. It's Google Drive. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's not worth it. That's brute force, where using Google Docs is finesse.
Okay.
Besides, if it's just a text file, why not email it to yourself?
Then I'd have to set up a mailer on the laptop. And
Okay, so you don't have Gmail? Send it to Gmail. That way it's just on the web. All you need is a browser.
oh, geez, I may have a Gmail account because I've got the Google Office suite, but if I
See,
have,
it seems to me that you're doing things the old-fashioned way.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I am.
Well, I mean, see, this is one of the things that I kind of like about my generation is because we had so much computer stuff thrown at us so early that it's easy to keep up with the changes. Where I see a lot of people just don't. Like from older generations, they like what they like and stick to it.
Yeah, yeah.
But sometimes to their detriment. Because so far everything you said is so easy to do if you just do it a different way.
My. Inertia.
You know, I've often thought that would be a fun thing to name one of the Transylvanians in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You know, because you've already got like Columbia and Magenta and all of that. Seems to me Inertia would probably be like the that one chick on the balcony who's kind of squat would be Inertia.
Okay.
I don't know. It sounds to me like it could be a name. If Magenta can be a name, Inertia can totally be a name. Then again, given what some people are naming their babies, I'm looking at you, Elon Musk.
Esta parqueje. I am not too knowing on this thing. Yeah.
Oh, jeepers.
Yeah, I probably would catch a lot of crap from a lot of people, but some of the names around here I don't get. A lot of apostrophes.
What? Oh, you mean in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, this particular neighborhood of Pittsburgh.
Well, it's just when you said here, you could easily have meant here in the stream.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
Like
Moo.
who the hell calls themselves Mage Grey Wolf anyway? You know, that kind of thing.
There
But
you go.
I didn't see an apostrophe, so somehow I think Mage isn't the one you're talking about. Besides, that's a perfectly cromulent name.
Cromulent.
You've never seen that episode of The Simpsons. Okay.
No, I has not seen The Simpsons in a very long time.
It was a thing where like exactly what was it? It was like Jedediah Springfield had said something. There was some motto of his and it used a weird word, and someone protested about the word, and the reply was, "Oh, come on, that's a perfectly cromulent word."
Okay then.
Oops. Let's see. Let me look it up and get the actual. Yes. Right. Lisa the Iconoclast. Yes. All right. Hold on. Lisa the Iconoclast cromulent. There we go. Let's get the full context here. Wow, that was only the 16th episode? Wow. So, oh, I remember. A noble spirit embiggens the smallest man. And someone went, embiggens? And the reply was, oh, come on, embiggens is a perfectly cromulent word.
Okay then.
Yes, that was it, embiggen.
Yeah, I think
It's kind of like, you know, the Thagomizer, right?
Oh yeah, I know where that came from.
Yeah. For those who don't know, there was a Far Side comic that was a bunch of cavemen. One of them was pointing at the spikes on the end of the tail of the Stegosaurus and said, and this is now called the Thagomizer in honor of the late, great Thag Johnson or whatever. And because they didn't actually have a name for the spiky end of a Stegosaurus tail. The the archaeologists and shit didn't, and so they started calling it that because of the Far Side. So now the spiky end of the tail of the Stegosaurus is the Thagomizer because of the Far Side. So yeah. I don't know. It's funny how like little bits of pop culture enter the zeitgeist like that, huh?
Indeed.
I mean, I wonder how many words we say now that we don't realize are references to something. You know, like there was some big band hit in 1920, and that's why we all say fill in the blank. And it's like, really? I'd never heard of that song. And it's like, yeah, I know you haven't. And the artist died penniless and alone, but it turns out that this is, that's why we say that word.
Indeed, he does.
Simmons. Okay, not Johnson, but still, I was close.
Mm-hmm. Oh my, that's just so much fun.
Yeah, it's nifty. But you know what's even niftier? Spaceships. Spaceships are niftier.
Okay.
Well, they are. I mean, like, okay, you know what? Like, I get it. I get why people are cranky with people like Jeff Bezos and all of those assholes because, yeah, you have billions. You could be saving the planet. Instead, you went and launched yourself into space. But I've wanted to go into space since I was a tiny, tiny thing. I can understand having gajillions of dollars and deciding to use them that way.
Yeah, I could probably see that.
I mean, I'd probably save the planet too, but I'd probably also launch my ass into space at some point. I mean, nothing says that you can't launch yourself into space and feed the homeless, unless your bank balance is too small, which, let's face it, Jeff Bezos isn't.
Mm-hmm. Oh my.
Also, I wish people would make up their minds on what his name is, because, like, for the longest time I heard Bezos, now I'm hearing Bezos, but I'm still hearing Bezos, and I don't know what the fuck to call him anymore. Oh, hello, Von Rick.
Call him Fufu.
Nah, that might confuse him with the little bunny.
Okay,
the one that's hopping through the forest,
Yep.
picking up the field mice.
Bopping him on the head.
Yarp.
I cannot believe this.
What?
On my Twitter feed was something from the Christian Post. Headline reads, "Are wildfires and drought the judgment of God? An urgent lesson for every follower of Jesus." It's like, come on, get real.
You'd think an all-powerful God could communicate his wrath a little more specifically. I mean, like, how many times it's like, oh yeah, Georgia is on fire because gays are getting married in California. What? Your God needs to work on his aim a little bit if that's really what's going on.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Oh, Jesus. Is this the judgment of God? There is no question that God sometimes uses drought as judgment on sin. No question.
Of course, a lot of people die who didn't do the sinny thing, but very well, if you insist. I mean, let's face it, if God dispenses justice, he's not so much using a scalpel as a shotgun.
Yeah, that too. Flamethrower.
Nah, it didn't have nearly as much reach.
Hell yeah.
I'm remembering this one scene in The Big Bang Theory where Howard goes, well, it's supposed to be a fishing trip with his soon-to-be father-in-law, but instead they decide, well, they don't like fishing, really, and they decide to go hunting. And so his father-in-law, and of course Howard's a nerd. He doesn't even know what he's doing with hunting, but the father-in-law says, let's go duck hunting. I like using a shotgun. You can't eat them afterwards, but it's great when they explode. And he's like one of the manliest manly men who ever manned. Big, buff, strong, bald, used to be a cop. One of those types.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And of course, like I say, Howard is short, pasty, thin, and nerdy. So, not exactly a match, those two.
Baixta. Oh my, this is
Yeah.
just
Can't
amazes
even
the hell
imagine
out
what
of me.
life would have been like if my dad had been a redneck.
Eek.
So I feel for like a really long time, I thought that referred to, oh yeah, your neck is red because you work out in the fields and you're bent over all the time, and so you're sunburned. But it turns out, nope, they were using hankies to let people know what side they were on in some conflict or other. Diana,
No.
don't you dare tell us which conflict it is.
No, I don't even remember.
All right, but no, that's where the term comes from, is that identifying hanky.
Oh my, but you know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, I will light your ass on fire, Diana, and not in any way you'll enjoy.
If for no other reason than to satisfy my own curiousness.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if that's not the pot calling the kettle African American.
Oh, look at that. Oxford Languages has it wrong. How do you like that?
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
They say it's mid 19th century from the idea of the back of the neck being sunburned.
Well, that's what I always thought. Then maybe the thing I read recently was wrong.
Origin of the term redneck, Library of Congress. And then here. This refers to red bandana.
Yeah, see, that's what I saw. But I had always thought it was because of the sunburn, but now I'm seeing the sunburn thing in other places, and I don't know who to believe anymore.
A short history
Oh,
of
here, I think. Yes, here we go.
Moo.
Here we go. Okay, so in the 19th and early 20th, it was a term for poor farmers because of the sunburn. But the term redneck in the early 20th century was occasionally used in reference to American coal miner union members who wore red bandanas for solidarity. The sense of a union man dates back to at least 19 blah, 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 blah. But yeah, okay, so we're both right.
Oh, okay, fine.
It did start about sunburns, but apparently it was also red hankies too.
Yay.
Imagine that.
6 of these, half a dozen of the other.
Mm.
Oh, God, and a neck that's killing me.
Well, I have a solution, but you're not going to like it.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Amputation.
I was going to say, let my head off.
Oh, hello, Xander, who looks like he wants my lap. Come on, buddy. Oh, hi. Hey, how are you? Oh. Hey there, Xander, who's totally slurping my forearm. You do like to lick me, don't you?
Shut
In-
up, Clarion.
Yeah. And Mother Russia pussy licks you. But no, he likes to lick my feet and my arms. Columbia just likes to lick my arms, but for some reason I'm tasty to my kitties.
Okay.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe he's just getting high on pot sweat.
That could be. There you go.
Which is weird because, like, that's only occasionally a thing, apparently. I looked it up, and yeah, sometimes, much like garlic, you can sweat pot, but only under certain conditions. They were non-specific as to what those conditions were.
Okay, then. Oh, look. There is a creature. with ears and a tail and a nose.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Absolutement.
Oh, hey there's Andy Pooh. Oh, it's so good to have you on my lap again. He's been avoiding for some reason. I don't know why, but here he is liking it again. He used to have the cutest little chasing rabbits dreams on my lap.
Oh, okay
I'm
then.
glad you seem to think you're welcome again. What was that about, Xander?
Zandy Poo, moo 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 moo. Yes, you is the Zandy Poo, moo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault. And now NBC is going to be suing you for copyright
Okay then.
because the song is from Friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And if I want to get CBS pissed off at you, soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur, happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr. That one's from The Big Bang Theory.
Oh, okay.
I know way too many songs about cats from sitcoms, apparently.
Yes.
I'm surprised there are that many.
Well, cats are good to sing about.
Hmm. My Kung Pao has a first name. It's Kitty.
Moo. Oh my, from the Hill. Representative Elise Stefanik, quote, Nancy Pelosi bears responsibility as Speaker of the House for the tragedy that occurred on January 6th, end quote. We're totally fucked, aren't we?
That was ever in doubt?
I mean, irretrievably in everything.
Probably. I sincerely suspect there's a chance that most of this planet will be uninhabitable before, like, let's call it 2070. Like, I thought we had longer than that, but given the heat waves we've already had this summer, and it's only going to keep getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that, how do I put this? Mine will be the first of the last generations.
Yeah, okay, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, I know that might take a little untangling, but of the generations that will see the end of the human race, Gen X may be the first of them, where the generations prior to that will die before.
Oh, look, it's red. Hi, red person.
Well, what do I know? I mean, hell, I'm not a climate scientist.
Well, we just had one on here.
True, but she was a little stoned, and we weren't talking about the topic, so it's a little late to go asking her. Oh, who's my little Xander? Oh, cute little guy. Cute little guy who's got his eyes closed because he's having fun having his head rubbed. Oh.
It's the kiddiness. And then over there is the kiddiness. Yes, you. Hey, those are sharp.
What's you? Couldn't be. It's true. Yeah, you know, Xander, like, he's not so much a kitten anymore, but when he was, his claws were sharp, but not long. And so if he wanted to get into some sort of argument with me, it was okay. It didn't hurt.
Hi there. Kittiness. Yes, the kittiness. Yes, yes. Oh,
Yeah. So, thing is, like, you know how they say if you want to know your cat's mood, look at their tail? Can't really do that with Xander. His tail flops all over the place all the time. Like he could be sitting on my lap doing nothing, and his tail will just start to go like he's got ADD or something.
Maybe he
Like
does.
he desperately needs a fidget spinner.
Maybe he does.
Well, I suppose it's possible, but that also makes it difficult to gauge his moods sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And then there's this
You know,
one
because
over
I
here.
know if Columbia's tail starts to go, I'm like, yeah, okay, leave her be for a bit. She's starting to get like either overstimulated or stressed or something. So just back off a bit and see what's what. But with Xander, if his tail starts to go, he could be angry, he could be hungry, he could be happy. There's no way to tell.
And then there's you over here, little one. Yeah.
Oh, Xander, cute little boy.
Yeah, the impression I get is that Sylvia is always happy. She's like a pug.
Hmm. Are pugs always happy?
So I am told.
I would have thought that of, say, chihuahuas, but pugs?
Chihuahuas are always crazy.
Well, and you know those weird tiny ass dogs where no one really knows what breed they are, but they just kind of look like the end of a mop.
Yeah. Oh my word.
It's funny, like, to stop and think about how many different like breeds of dogs and cats we have, and then look at humans and go, we don't have prejudice against different breeds of cats. Why humans?
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, granted, I'm not the biggest fan of those Egyptian hairless cats, but you know, like I'm not gonna not be kind to them in the way one is kind to pets just because of it.
I don't know. Well, I was going to say we don't think that the cats are taking our jobs, but that wasn't the case, a few hundred years ago when some of the humans didn't like some of the other humans.
Well, actually, it seems to me that those humans wanted the darker skinned folks to take their jobs. That's why they made them slaves, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's hard for me to picture me looking at another human and going, "I own you. You're there to do my bit." I can't picture it. I can't picture telling someone they exist solely to do my bidding and that's all they exist for. I couldn't do it. That's not in
Mm-hmm.
my character.
Right.
And the fact that other people can, and to this day still even kind of are, just look at the Frito Lay factory and look at how those people were treated, and with impunity, it seems. It's just, I can't, I could never be a CEO because I can't be that cold blooded.
Yeah.
There was like this CEO I was seeing being interviewed. Actually, I think it was on the Jimmy Dore show, but I'd have to look. Might have been Breaking Points, where he's a CEO who decided to take less personal wealth and give it all back to his employees in the form of better vacation days, fewer hours worked per week, and benefits and all of this stuff. And I mean, he as the CEO is still doing pretty well, but all of his employees are doing so much better than anyone else, and they're like the happiest people in the fucking world. And it's like they had him on to talk about how him accepting a little bit less wealth, and he's doing perfectly fine, made his company so much better.
Yeah. And of course, it's not entirely the CEOs. I mean, the shareholders are right up there too, as far as that goes, with their grubby hands out.
Well, sure, but the people actually making decisions, the executives, those folks are so much more cold-blooded than I because they're the ones who are actually signing off on it. They're the ones saying this is the idea, this is the plan. We made the plan, and the plan is going to do this to those people.
Mm-hmm. Oh my. What did Skeptic? What did Skeptic Mafia found out?
What do you mean?
Skeptic Mafia just said, "I found this out watching the Humanist Report on YouTube."
Are you talking about the CEO thing I was talking about?
Okay, that's a possibility.
I can't imagine it was anything else, to be perfectly honest, just from context, but who knows? Maybe we missed something.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Oh, Xander's sleeping on my lap, and it's adorable.
Me, 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 me.
Nah, he doesn't snore. In fact, it's hard to hear him purring. Oh, he woke up. But he doesn't seem like he wants to leave yet. Still, it's kind of like, I'm wondering. I'm told sometimes it can take 3 years for a cat's purr to manifest. Oh, the Frito-Lay situation. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Hi, Xander. Man, there are certain strains of weed that are very strange, where it's like, the comfy part of having the flu? Like the wrapped up in blankets and feeling all warm and snuggly and all of that. Imagine that, but without the like icky parts of the flu.
Oh, okay.
Weed can do that to you, certain strains.
Okay.
Although it will also sometimes give you the sweats pretty bad.
Oh, lost the headset here.
But
There we go.
the reason I bring it up is because, well, what little I have left is doing that to me right now. You see.
Okay, so I guess it's a good send off.
I guess so. Although I could do without the sweat.
Oh my. Let's see if I can close this magnetronic catch here.
The one thing about the Frito-Lay situation that I really I like Cracker Jacks, damn it, and they're made by Frito-Lay.
Oh, okay.
So like, I mean, but then again, since I'm going to have to be laying off the weed for a while, I'll have the munchies less, and thus will need fewer snacks like Cracker Jacks. So I guess it'll work out. But even so, like, I remember, oh, what was the thing? There was something recently where people wanted another boycott, and it also included my favorite OJ company.
Oops. Yeah, that would be
So,
problematic.
yeah, I mean that's one of the problems with all of this monopoly shit going on
Uh
is
huh.
that
I was just about
if
to say that.
if if a company misbehaves, they're so interconnected with so many other companies that a boycott is almost impossible. Not to mention the fact that a lot of people tend to have a more than a little bit of apathy around boycotts too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's most people don't participate, and it's kind of frustrating, but whatever.
Well, anymore, I can imagine that people are afraid to, as you say, to boycott a particular company. You've got to pretty much boycott everything.
More or less. I mean, don't get me wrong. People were putting out a lot of memes saying, and when you boycott Frito Lay, here are a bunch of other products it's okay to have. So, I mean, it's not like there aren't alternatives, but even so.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Oh well. Darn it, everything that's supposed to arrive arrives tomorrow or later, and it's leaving me with nothing to do. Okay, I guess I don't need that email anymore. Like, okay, there's some stuff that appears to have not shipped yet, which is mildly annoying. But that case, the one that I need for the art project, that could potentially arrive tomorrow, but they say not until like the 30th. So I don't know.
Alrighty then.
It's coming from Kansas, assuming I have my states right. KS is Kansas.
That is Kansas, yes.
I've never heard of the town of Lenexa, but that's actually kind of cool. Like, I want to name a character that. Sounds like a good sci-fi, like I don't know, good guy, bad guy, Lenexa. I'm not sure. Heck, it could even be a spaceship. This is the new Lenexa class, kind of thing. But it sounds cool. And really, what else matters?
That is moo. Yes, that is very, 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 very moo. Okay, so, oh, okay.
You can make your own kettle corn. I mean, I've heard of doing that, but oh, I see from context. Yes, you can make your own kettle corn in the factory, in the warehouse where they were working at Frito Lay. I mean, it was that hot.
Oh, okay then.
Like, I seem to remember hearing something about 130 degrees, give or take. And then, of course, there's no heating, so in the winter, everyone was bundled up like it was the frickin' Arctic.
Oh Lord.
And I know I mentioned this on Sunday, but like these people, they had mandatory overtime, and like they had to have this points system where they had to work like 31 days straight to get a single point, and I think it took like 5 of them to get a day off or something.
Yeah.
It was some crazy points system where if you wanted a day off, it had to be like earned through several months worth of backbreaking work. And so, yeah, they're on strike. Of course, they're on strike. I'm surprised that they haven't like strung up the CEO yet, or at least their managers at that factory.
Wow. Where's OSHA?
Oh, isn't it in Utah somewhere?
Okay, that could be.
It does sort of sound like it could be a place, right?
Yeah.
Like Kenosha,
Uh-huh.
but OSHA. So Barbie OSHA. Barbie OSHA. That sort of sounds like it could be, I don't know, someone from history. But hmm. You know, it suddenly occurs to me that I might not actually be on the hook for that 1800 in property taxes.
How's that?
Um, well, I'm looking at the copy that the HOA sent to me of what my dad told them, and I only see that he has me paying the condo dues. I don't see the property tax. So it might be I'm not actually on the hook for the taxes because, well, it would actually, if I defaulted on them, it would probably reflect badly on him.
Okay.
I don't know. Xander, it's okay. Something just fell. You don't have to bolt, you silly kitten. My cats can be a bit skittish. Like Columbia, if anything goes wrong, she will leave my lap immediately. Whereas Xander has to be spooked a little more than that, but still. He's giving me this look. I think he wants kibble.
He always wants kibble.
Well,
Oh,
so one thing that I might end up doing, even though I definitely shouldn't spend the money, is there was someone out there who was willing to like professionally compose that music I need for head meets, and they offered all the kinds of stuff I would need to be able to mix and match if I needed more time or less time. But he wanted $700 for it if I also owned the copyright to it, which I kind of want to do because I don't know how else it might be used, and I really want it to be unique to my project. But
yeah,
I shouldn't
okay.
spend $100 on it.
Yeah, it sounds like a little piece of change there.
So, but it would remove one of the barriers that has kept me from making more episodes. Is just the timing when it comes to how long I can make an animation be.
Oh my. Yeah, it's just, well, I'm just gonna say that 700 sounds like a piece of change.
Yeah, well, yeah, what Red said. Some guy died, and there was one guy got electrocuted. No shit, electrocuted, and they just sort of like threw him away. Well, they didn't throw him away, but they just sort of dragged him out of there, out of sight, out of mind, and everyone had to keep going back to work. It's seriously like literally a sweatshop.
Moof beef.
Hmm. Oh, right. Okay. I'm getting hungry.
Oh my.
I
Yeah.
mean, 8:40ish here, and I haven't had dinner yet. In fact, I'm trying to figure out when was the last time I actually ate some. Oh, it was right here on the air. I was eating some pizza.
Yes, wolf beef. That was in the green room.
Uh, yep.
So that
I
was, let's see, it's 11:30. That was four and a
like
half hours ago.
yeah. I do have some like Cheez Its here, but I don't know, I'm parched, and eating salty crackers doesn't seem like the best thing to do to solve that. You seem confused.
I was just looking at the odd stuff over here. It's an interesting conversation. He said, Red said that the one guy died and they moved him out of the way. And Maid says that was the guy with the slip discs. And Henrik says, I guess he won't be filing a complaint.
Hmm.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this could possibly have been allowed to continue as it is like this. I mean, I like to think people would have been protesting a hell of a lot sooner. Although I guess part of it is like a lot of people have been pointing out that this is not getting any attention from the mainstream media, that it's all independent sources that are reporting on it. So like
Mm.
maybe it's continuing simply because nobody knows until now. Like any public stink has been suppressed, but now the internet's got hold of it.
Yeah, by what Red said earlier, reporters say that the workers said that they had to go back to work because they needed the money, not because they got what they were asking for.
Well, Red, there's one person in Lenexa who is a bit less poor because of me buying something of theirs on eBay,
Shentavaliki.
namely that flight case I need for the plutonium project.
Seems like that is a municipality in the environs of Kansas City.
Uh, those flight cases are so expensive. Like, I mean, I guess it's one of those things where like they expect you to use it for a certain something, and that certain something usually involves a situation in which lots of money is thrown around, and therefore they can overcharge you. You know,
Kaya.
like even above and beyond whether like a lot of people use it as a turntable case for a DJ, but I've also seen people use it for like film and video equipment as well. These style of cases, and well, apparently, because it's like a pop culture industry kind of thing, an entertainment industry, they can charge you out the ass for all of the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, and what's weird is that those recessed latches that I wanted so much seem to be driving the price up like you wouldn't believe. Like if you were to actually go um, find a case with any other kind of latch, some more normal kind of latch, it will cost less than the one with the recessed butterfly latches. Inevitably,
Okay,
even if it's
then.
bigger, even if it's physically bigger, it'll cost less. Those latches seem to drive the price up by like $30, $40.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
That is the poo poo.
You telling me?
Oh, shikapalaki.
But well, once this art project is done, it's time to seriously tighten the old belt evo. No more frivolous expenditures unless I can absolutely justify it in my budget. But, well, I mean, what else can you do, right?
Indeed. It's an interesting way to look at it, Red. Um, yeah, Robert X said, well, at least I guess they make good wages. And Red said, they make $19 an hour, barely above minimum wage. It's
And
interesting.
also, there's more than that, though. They've had a 40-cent increase in the last like 10 years.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's really interesting when you consider that, something like $19 is barely above what should be considered minimum wage.
Well, I mean, they've done the adjusted for inflation thing, and if wages had kept up with inflation, minimum wage would be about $24.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there was some wacky number of cents in there as well, but I'm rounding.
God, I can remember working for $2 an hour.
Hmm.
And it doesn't feel like that long ago, but I guess it was.
Well,
That was 1974.
hmm. I'm trying to remember how much I was making at my first job. I know it was $1 above minimum wage. That was like seriously one of the best jobs I ever had, too. It was at a video store. But I mean, when you're a teenager and you can take home any movie you want for free, except no new releases on the weekends, you can have all of the free popcorn you want. All of the sodas are at cost. I mean, it was pretty cool.
Moo.
And whatever, like basically the guy who started the company, his whole thing was he just liked starting companies. He liked starting projects. And when he had done everything he felt he could with them, he would sell them. And that's how we ended up sold to Blockbuster. But what he built was an amazing place to work until it was sold to Blockbuster.
Hmm. Always works that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, I get it. I get enjoying the I don't know, the making of something, the completing of a project like that, the building of an empire. I just usually try to build things for a little more permanence than this guy did. I mean, and not even necessarily with like a profit motive, you know?
Hmm.
It's sometimes fun to make stuff.
Yeah, Red says it worked for 425, waited tables for 219. Servers still make 219. And that server minimum wage, yeah, that's shit.
Yeah, I can't believe that's even a thing. Like, I get it. Yeah, they get tips and all, and sure, that's above and beyond what most people make, but factoring that into their wages is so obnoxious, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
It's like, a tip is supposed to be extra. You're not working for tips, you're working for a wage. A tip is a bonus. I remember, like, I forget if I was reading it or hearing about it or whatever, but there was an article, a story about how British people don't quite understand Americans in restaurants because, like holding your hand up to try to get the check is not a thing apparently in Britain. That the waiters are actually very attentive because they're very well paid. And so if it's time for your check, they've been watching your table and will bring your check when it's time to have your check. The idea that someone might like have to snap their fingers to get the waiter over for some ketchup or something is unheard of, apparently. And the fact that we do it that way here is just weird. And well, it is. It's weird that like someone's wages are based entirely on the generosity of the people that they served rather than an actual wage. It just doesn't seem right to me, especially since there are people out there who have some weird, like, quote unquote principled stance against tipping. that kind of thing, where they,
Yeah.
they they have some justification for not doing it in their head that probably bears zero resemblance to reality.
Yeah, when the server is actually living on the tips. Um, I mean, back when I knew people in the restaurant business, they would say, yeah, that uh, the server's wage would pay the taxes, and that's as far as it would go. And then they were living on the tips that were left for them.
Ugh. I mean, this isn't exactly why I've made a habit of over tipping, but it's one of the many reasons. It's
Mm-hmm.
one of the, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But I've heard so many stories about like European waiters going back to American tourists with the extra money going, what's this for? Like the very idea of tipping is just bizarre, boggling apparently to some people.
Okay.
And it's just a I don't know. I think it's an indictment of our system that we think it's so automatic that tipping should happen. I would rather have servers paid a living wage without my having to tip them, frankly.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to pay a little bit extra on my meal for it too. But then again, okay, here's one thing I'm totally not on board with is the places that just add the gratuity automatically.
Oh yeah.
Why not just put that in the price of the food, you fuckers, if it's going to be mandatory? Oh, Sander.
Okay,
Cute little
Robert.
guy.
Robert says over here, yeah, give tips when you like the service provided. Waiters don't need your tip to get a good income.
Yeah. Oh, look at you stretch, Xander. Oh, that's cute.
There's the kiddiness.
Oh, that wasn't a get up stretch. That was a I want to stay lying down stretch. Cute.
Meow.
You know how cats can be.
Oh moo. Or oh Mao.
Hmm. Mao Zedong.
Yes. Different Mao.
Yeah, well. Hmm. Oh, hey, someone's slurping on me again, aren't you, Xander? Yeah, you are. Honestly, what do you get out of that? Am I just salty? Well, I mean, some people have said that it's just the cat showing love and affection and grooming you the way they'd groom a litter mate, but I don't know. I mean, what can I possibly taste like to a cat? Do they even taste anything?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they
But I
taste.
mean, but they lick their own asses.
I don't know. Maybe they like it.
I don't know. But if they like the taste of their ass and they like the taste of my arm, what does that say about me?
There you go.
Ah, well.
Oh man. Yeah, May says I've heard some argue we shouldn't have taxes. It should all be based on voluntary donations. In
Yeah,
which
right.
case we wouldn't have anything, no infrastructure, nothing.
Everybody that would need to donate wouldn't.
Yeah.
And everybody who saw that they were the only ones donating would probably stop too. I don't think a system that relies on the goodwill of your fellow citizens is one that will actually work in any long term sense, much less short term.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he says that was an argument he got when he was saying we should have Medicare for all and UBI.
What, that everything should be voluntary
Yeah.
donations?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
Well, and
sounds.
I mean, take a look at all of the like the Christians who believe like charity, like Jesus, and all of that stuff, and then do none of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that's something I forgot about Xander. I don't know if it's just his fur is silky or what, but he has a tendency to start slowly sliding off of my lap after a while.
There you go.
Oh, I think this time he's out of here. Or he
Oh
could just
my.
want to slurp my forearm again. What is up with you, boy? You're a silly kitty.
Slurp, slurp, slurp,
Yeah.
slurp, 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 slurp.
And I'd let you keep going at it, but your tongue is like sandpaper. I mean, you've seen a close up of a cat's tongue. That's barbs on there.
Oh yeah.
Those things are hooked. It's like little mini cat claws all arranged in a row.
Oh man, kitties have barbs everywhere.
They do. I definitely do not envy cats having sex, especially the females.
Wow. Yeah, Robert, you're absolutely right. Nobody would pay, but everybody would bitch about bad roads.
Hmm. I don't know. I was in a conversation not too long ago where some folks were talking about like living in more of a commune kind of system. And I was like, that sounds like it could work for a family or two, but you can't build a civilization on it. Like there's no way a commune could have produced computers.
Oh right.
There's no way the whole like it takes a village kind of thing. If all you have is a village, that's not landing on the moon. Unfortunately, if you want to have more than just a rural pastoral existence, you need cities, you need civilization, you need a big old infrastructure.
Oh, Red's got to do
And I
bedtime. Well, night night, honey.
have fun. And I definitely want to have that more high tech Star Wars, Star Trek existence. I don't want to live like a Quaker or the Amish. You know?
Mm-hmm. And, technology has advantages.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. I want to get like Xander left my lap a bit ago, and I want to get another one of those popsicles because frankly I don't have a beverage right now, and I'm still feeling parched. I suppose I should make some Tang, but I want the damn popsicle. I'll be back.
She'll be right back after this message. Oh my.
That reminds me of like the Saturday morning cartoons and the after school cartoons where they'd have the special like we'll be back after these messages things, and sometimes it would be singing. And they had this one thing, it was like, after these messages, we'll be right back, like that. And that has been stuck in my head since elementary school.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Oh my. Oh.
Wow, toll roads, really? See, the problem with things like toll roads and all of that, it puts the burden on the ordinary citizen rather than the people who have benefited the most from the system. Let's face it, gajillionaires probably use those roads more than the rest of us for all their shipping and everything,
Yeah.
right? And so it seems to me that if they paid their fair share of taxes, we wouldn't need toll roads.
Oh my. I tell you, just driving through Chicago. Oh God. Um. I think Purple said that when he came out here and then when he went back home. I think he said or she said each way through Chicago was about $20 in tolls.
Wow.
And yeah, I guess I guess you meant greater Chicago. Because,
Now, one thing I've wondered.
yes, dear.
Well, okay, these days they seem to have some sort of automated system for it now, but back in the day, you used to actually have to have the change on hand for the toll.
Yeah,
What if you got up to the thingy and didn't have it? Like, was there a way to turn around? Did they fine you? What happened?
I just don't know what they did in those days. I know now they snap a picture of your license plate and you could pay through an online system. But I don't know what they did in the days of throw a quarter in the basket.
Well, who knows?
Yeah, I know Purple said that on the trip here and back, they didn't even have toll booths anymore.
Hmm.
It was all done through the snap a picture of your license plate thing.
Hmm. Wonder what happens if, like, I'm sure it's very, very, very against the law to have a fake license plate, but I wonder what happens. Like if they can't identify your license plate.
Well, if they can't identify you, that's an interesting one because, for example, if you are in a rented vehicle, they snap the picture of the license plate that does not immediately connect to you.
Well, if the bill goes to the rental place, surely they will go, "Oh, this car was rented by so and so, therefore their toll is added to their bill."
Move beef.
What I wonder, suppose it's not your car because you borrowed it from a friend. Hey, Bob, can I borrow your car to go to the store? Mine's in the shop. And then like a week or two later, Bob's looking at his toll bill and goes, "Hey, wait a sec. That was when Kate borrowed my fucking car. Kate, you owe me $1.50 for tolls."
Yeah, huh?
You know?
Oh my. Yeah, but I could see how you would pay $20 in tolls just to go from one end of the metroplex to the other. Because can you think of any others? Chicago is the only metropolitan area I can think of that spans 3 states.
Wait, what?
Chicago is the only metropolitan area I can think of that spans 3 states: Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin.
Now, is this actually the city of Chicago, or is this Chicago and surrounding environs?
Chicago and surrounding environs.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, that's why I said a metropolitan area. But the toll booths. For fuck's sake, the toll booths start in Gary. And
Everything I know about Gary, Indiana is what you just said, and the fact that part of Close Encounters of the Third Kind took place there.
okay then.
Everything I know about Gary, Indiana.
I forget what was that song. Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. Something like that. I don't know.
Not familiar with it.
I have never been so terrified in all my life as driving 294. Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, it was horrible.
Well, driving through Dallas in Aaron Ra's SUV was kind of terrifying.
Well, that's because Aaron was driving.
Well, Also, it's because we were surrounded by other people driving exactly the same way. I mean, seriously, like there were times I swear we didn't even have a thumb's breadth distance between some of the cars we were zipping around.
Oh
I mean, like
my.
seriously, there were times I was like, "How are you doing this? Did you get like a bunch of free lives by collecting enough hearts or something, and that's why you feel this is worth the risk? What the hell?"
There you go. My oh my. 'Cause, yeah, 294 was all heavy trucks. And I think most of the time they didn't even see you in a little passenger car.
Hmm.
And, for somebody who didn't know what lane to be in and when to get to all those toll booths, every 50 feet, it was just terrifying.
There was actually a plot point in a Shadowrun novel about how there were a lot of self-driving trucks out there on the highways, and they were very, very heavily armored, not just to fight off the marauding gangs, but because if there was ever a time for the computer to make a decision of what to do, the computers were programmed to sacrifice whatever lives were ahead of them in order to deliver the cargo.
Oh,
Because
yay.
this was a very dystopian cyberpunk system, you see. And so basically, your lives are worth nothing, and especially worth even less than that to this mega corporation that has decided to turn you into road pizza.
Okay, then. Oh, Mage says the green eggs with sesame sauce worked.
Now, how does a person make an egg queasy?
I don't know.
Oh well.
Was there any ham with that?
Hmm?
Was there any ham with those green eggs?
Oh. It would appear not.
Oh my. Would you like them in a boat? Would you like them with a goat?
Hmm. Hey, you remember that time when like all the conservatives were flipping out over Dr. Seuss getting like, certain books censored and shit?
Oh Lord, that one. Yes. Uh huh.
Man, that seems like it was so long ago. When did that happen?
Oh jeez.
And
Could have been a million years ago, or it could have been last week.
then there was that whole business. You remember how people were so worried about whether or not that potato was a boy or a girl?
Ay ay.
Oh, hey, you know that bigoted uncle that I was telling you about? Guess what he supported?
Uh oh.
Oh, yeah, he lost it big time on the gender of a potato. Big time.
Jeez. I just don't know to the thing on the thing. What this thing is on the thing is am I not to knowing.
Um, you remember, what was it? What I was thinking of here was, I mean, because oh, yeah, when it came out that they were just changing the brand to Potato Head instead of Mr. Potato Head, but that Mr. Potato Head is still going to be Mr. Potato Head. There was still going to be a separate Mr., Mrs., and the kids. It's just now it's like the Potato Head family and not just Mr. Potato Head. When that came out, and it was clear that these conservatives had gotten it completely wrong, they went into full on denial mode. They were like, nope, nope, it's still happening just the way we said it would. This is still a huge problem. It's the left like sticking their nose into everything. And it's like, dude, everything is exactly the same except for the name of the brand, the line, the franchise is the only thing that's changing, dude.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
And it bounces right off these people.
Oh, okay. One chard leaf, one longevity spinach leaf. What is that? Sprig of dark purple basil, sprig of rosemary, some katuk, some moringa, and blend it all together. Hey, sounds tasty. The hell was
Hmm.
that?
What?
It sounded like somebody was roaring.
Oh, sorry. I broke wind.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I live near a road, and sometimes people's mufflers aren't perfect,
Oh, okay. Because
and sometimes that's on purpose, and I hate those people.
it sounded like a large cat, a great cat.
It was probably a chopper, and not the helicopter kind.
Moo. Or my high school physics teacher.
Okay,
He,
sure. Uh, so golly, is it really 9 already?
yeah, it is.
Uh, why does it feel like so much has happened today, and yet it also feels like nothing's happened today? Does that make any sense?
It certainly does.
Ugh. I don't know. I guess okay, one of the problems with animation is that the setup time is so long. There's certainly the lead time to producing a final product is pretty long. Um and so it feels sometimes like I'm making no progress when in fact I'm doing a hell of a lot.
Okay, then.
Like I've been redoing Act 1, which I kind of needed to. The lighting was pretty bad and now it looks good. And while I'm doing that, it's like I'm not adding any new footage to the end of the animation. I'm not actually like advancing the story. But while the stuff's rendering, I'm working on stuff I haven't built yet, 3D models that still need to be made for this animation. And but doing that still feels like I'm just spinning my wheels, even though it's totally making progress. Like I know I'm completely wrong on this, and it's just a vibe or energy problem, but it still feels like that, and it's weird. Like knowing that I'm wrong and yet still feeling right is a weird feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes moo, definitely.
Yeah.
And then what have you been chasing?
Uh, skirt?
Okay, that's okay.
I don't know.
The little one has been chasing something sideways.
Sideways.
Mm-hmm. Every now and then she will run sideways
Why?
because she is the cat.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Xander's kind of funny about some of the stuff he does.
Have Xander or Columbia ever run sideways?
Not really, no. Not that I saw. Although there was this one thing that Columbia did that was kind of funny. It was when I still had a couch, and she got her claws into one end of it, lay down on her side, and then just hand over hand dragged herself across the floor using the bottom of the couch to do it.
Okay.
And and the thing is, she did it so fast. It was like lightning fast the way she got around the edge of that couch. And I was like, wow, that was impressive. Do it again. And she never did.
Aw.
But one thing that's funny that Xander does is he'll come up to me and he'll demand pettings. So I start petting him and he does that thing cats do where they walk around while you're petting them. But then within a few seconds, he will just keel over sideways onto his side and just go flop.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of nowhere, like someone had stunned him or something. And then I start petting him again once he's settled down, and then he starts rolling all over the place. And I know I've said it before, he's the only cat I know who likes having his tummy rubbed. Most cats, they're like, their tummy is their vulnerable spot, and they'll
Yep.
protect it.
Yep.
But Xander loves a good tummy rubbing.
Do you think he's a dog?
You know, he might be.
Okay.
I haven't quite gotten him to play fetch, but he did at one point, and I should keep training him to do it. He did at one point learn how to slap me 5.
Oh, well then.
You know, he the only problem was he didn't quite have it down because you know, I'd stick my hand out and I'd go, Xander, give me 5, and he'd give me 5. And then like after 2 or 3 times he started using both paws, one on the top, one on the bottom, and then the claws would start to come out, and I was like, yeah, I better stop this. You know, so I mean it wasn't perfect, but he did kind of understand how to give someone 5 and when.
Yeah, okay then. Phew.
Also, I kind of miss giving people 5 rather than a high 5. You know, like it's at a certain point, high 5s became the default. But I remember a time when you'd just stick your hand out and people would slap it.
Yeah.
And I kind of miss that a little. I mean, not enough to try to start anything, but a little.
Oh, look, there's Colleen. She says, I think you and I have the same cat, Kate. He likes to be rubbed in the belly, too. Also, he'll want me to pet him and then walk around and then flop over like Xander does.
Now, is this cat of yours orange and short haired? And
Meow.
like, you know, how old is Xander now? He'll be 2 in October, I believe.
Meow.
I actually really don't know how old Columbia is. I've been saying she's 14 for probably a year and a half, if not 2 years.
Meow.
And I'm not even sure that's accurate because when I got her at the Humane Society, they weren't 100% on how old she was. They said a year and a half, but who knows?
Okay then, Moo.
Yeah, apparently she had had a litter of kittens before I got her, too.
Oh my.
Seems a little young to be having your first kid at a year and a half old, but hey.
God, sounds like she had just struck kitty puberty.
I guess. She, much like Xander, she was a stray before I got her. So, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Like, have you heard about these people? It's mostly dogs, but still, have you heard about these people who got cats and dogs and other pets
Oh,
during the
and
pandemic?
now they're
And
taking them
now that
back.
the pandemic is winding down, yeah.
Yep.
How do you do that? I mean, when I got Xander, I filled out all these forms and they said, like, you realize how much of a commitment this is and all of that. You know, I mean, how did these people just get pets and now they're like, what, throwing them out? It's just, it seems so callous and heartless. Honestly, I don't get humanity that
It,
people can be like this. Like, I
it,
think the only time I've ever abandoned a pet was that time me and Kylie broke up, and let's face it, she was in a better position to take care of them than I was. Otherwise, I'd have totally taken the 3 cats with me.
okay.
So,
I don't get people. I really don't. Um, I mean, it sounds like during the pandemic they got bored and they wanted a toy, so they got one with a pulse. And then when the pandemic is allegedly coming to an end, they don't need the toy anymore. So okay, let's just dump it off.
but I mean, like, I've never had a pet who was a toy.
Yeah, I know.
You know, they've all been friends and companions.
Yeah,
The idea that you can go, oh, pandemic's winding down, let's get rid of Fido. I don't get that.
yeah.
I don't. I don't know. Pets are people, damn it. I don't get it. I don't.
Oh no! Wow.
What?
Mage says Moringa would definitely be a no-no for me, Diana. 100 grams of moringa contains over 1,000 milligrams of potassium, contrasted to a banana that has 422 milligrams. Ow, 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 ow.
Huh.
And they
But are
don't.
you really going to be eating 100 grams?
Well, let's see, 100 grams. Yeah, I don't know, because that's about 4 ounces, right? Yeah, so.
Is it? Is that all it is?
Wait a minute.
Three and a half, apparently.
Yeah, okay.
Huh. Maybe, see, this is part of why it's so difficult to switch to the metric system, is because honestly, I thought a gram was heavier than that.
28 grams to the ounce.
Maybe I'm thinking of a kilogram.
Okay, which is about 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of, is a kilogram. See, that's why it's so difficult to switch to the metric system, is like trying to map one system of measurement onto the one you're familiar with and trying to find all of those familiar measurements that you're so used to using in this new system. It just gets to a point where you're like, I'm not really sure how to do this anymore.
Mm.
Mm.
Oh my.
What is moringa anyway?
I was just looking that up. It appears to be a fast growing, drought resistant tree native to the Indian subcontinent. Common names include moringa, drumstick tree.
Okay, because
Horse.
my first thought upon hearing it was that it was some sort of fruit like a mango.
No, okay.
Ooh, what are the side effects of taking moringa? Lower blood pressure and slow heart rate, uterine contractions, ye gods, cell mutations caused by a chemical isolated from roasted moringa seeds, and interference with fertility. Uh-oh, you definitely don't want that, Diana.
I don't have
Oh,
to.
wait. Is moringa bad for kidneys? People may be less likely to develop stones in the kidneys, bladder, or uterus if they ingest moringa extract or into. Yeah, I hate saying this word because it doesn't roll off the tongue well. Moringa contains high levels of antioxidants that might aid toxicity levels in the kidneys. You might actually want this moringa shit.
Oh my. Let's see what we got here.
Well, here's one. Who should not use moringa? Well, you probably shouldn't use it if you're breastfeeding. Oh, might lower blood sugar levels in people with diabetes. I forget, do you have diabetes or is it just kidney disease or is that the same thing with a different name?
No, it's just kidney disease. No, I am not.
Okay.
I am not diabetic.
Oh, wait, here we go. Moringa is used for asthma, diabetes, obesity, and here's this one for you, symptoms of menopause.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, actually, well, hell, I'm 45. That could be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I'm honestly not looking forward to a hot flash. They don't sound fun.
Just tabalikise. Oh,
Hmm. It occurs to me I'm still hungry.
oh.
Sorry, someone was giving advice on the internet. Uh-oh. Looks like Bob Odenkirk collapsed on the set of Better Call Saul. I hope he's okay.
Oh my.
Says he's hospitalized, but it doesn't say with what. Oh, the cause of the collapse has not been disclosed. Me. All right. Hmm. Right. Well, I should probably seriously consider all that dinner stuff I haven't been having yet.
Oh, well, dinner is always good, especially for
Not
dinner.
really.
Well,
Sometimes you get food poisoning if you eat the wrong stuff or if it was improperly prepared.
okay then. Yeah, that could be that could be moo. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, that's wow.
What?
The paper that I found on Moringa and Nutrition, according to this one, 100 grams of dry leaves contains 1,236 milligrams of potassium.
That's a lot, isn't it?
That would be enough for me for about a week.
Fun.
Oh my.
So I guess the question now becomes what do I eat for food? I have some pasta, I have some ramen, I have some rice. Got like some frozen vegetables that have been there for way too long and I don't know if they're any good.
Well, they've been frozen all this time. They're probably good for something.
Yeah, but are they good for food?
I don't know. Have to.
I'm not sure what else I have. I have popsicles. um,
Stir fried popsicles. There you go.
yeah, I tried that once. Came out a little watery.
Uh huh. Tayo korostu.
Uh huh. Um,
Oh
I
my.
know I have more than just that. What the hell do I have for food over here? Oh, cereal.
Oh, yay.
And oh, there's this tinned meats that. No, wait, that's cat food.
Aw.
Nah. Oh, Xander, could you be more obvious about what you want? He's giving me that look and he's standing right on his kitty toy. He clearly wants playtime.
Oh, and then there's this one who definitely wants petting time. She always wants petting time. Right? You want petting time? Yeah.
Xander, why are you looking at me like that, you silly monkey?
Because you was not playing with me. Yes, you is the cat. You is the cat. Yes, you is. Yeah. You is the cat what is shedding all over everything. You're shedding all over the human. Yeah. Damn
Shed
cat.
for brains?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, meet me behind the woodshed. Cut yourself a switch.
Oh, would that be single pull, double throw, or?
I think you're overthinking it.
Mm-hmm. over here.
Oh, Sander, silly kitty. Why would you do that? Sorry, he decided to take a wild dive in front of a moving foot.
Oh no.
He does that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that too often. You might find yourself airborne.
Hmm.
And then there's this one. This one, yes. She wants to be petted. He wants to be petted.
Yeah. So, anyway,
Yeah. I mean, we've been at this for, oh God, what, no, 5.5 hours.
a couple of minutes, yes.
Yes.
So I'll presumably see you on Sunday.
Presumably. Uh huh.
Presumably.
Tayo korostu.
Yeah. Okay, catch you like the plague.
Take care, honey. And I'll tell you what, guys. I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. All four of you. And you guys are amazing. You really are. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being here. It's just amazing. It really is. I don't know how well I can show my appreciation, but I can try. And, okay then. So, yeah, you gotta go to the midnight, you gotta go to the night, and I know I need to go to the night, and, okay. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.